accordance with the open meeting law, the board states for the record that this meeting is being recorded by NORCAM and may be recorded by other local media. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have as our first order of business public comment, and I know many of you are here for the 7:30 meeting on the turkey farm. So if you are here for that, you can hold your comments until that point and hold your questions until that point. But is anyone else here to address the board for public comment? In anything other than the turkey farm, I guess. Yes, please. We know you, but would you state your name for the...
I would be delighted to. Thank you very much. So my name is Jeff Stoltz, and I live at 2 Gillis Drive in the great town of North Reading. I'm here to talk about citizen volunteers, a concern that has really been presented in front of this board over the last number of weeks. And I think we have some really great common ground. You know, we all celebrate when people step forward to volunteer, to give their time and effort, and thankfully there are many people who are currently serving. Our problem, from my perspective at least, is our current process for selection is not serving the best interests of all of our citizens. And I'm going to give you some examples that have come to my attention and why I think it's important, why I'm taking a little bit of your time to talk to you today. So first of all, you know, some citizens I know have volunteered to serve on boards and have never been contacted, not never. And that's a concern to me because they feel disenfranchised, they feel like that they offered their services but were never reached out to, and they feel isolated. And I think that that's a problem for us. Some citizens have been contacted, but were discouraged from continuing to put their names forward because of what could have been perceived as political reasons, and I struggle over that as well. And finally, and we all know this from several meetings ago, there's a perception that in some cases that the people who are selected have an in. And perception, although in this case I don't believe is reality, can sometimes feel like reality for a lot of people. The result, and this is why I'm standing in front of you, is a great concern that these realities and perceptions and I'm concerned that many of our civic-minded citizens who would like to apply their capabilities and passions may choose not to, may redivert those to other organizations, or quite frankly, may just sit on the sidelines. And that's a real shame when you have people who are passionate and willing to give, who are do not choose to take themselves out of that capacity. So a solution, and I know the board has talked about this a little bit. I would like to make it concrete in terms of what I think and would challenge you all to develop a clear policy on. First of all, I believe that we need to have transparency. I think our citizens need to have a clear understanding of how the system works, where they stand in the system throughout the selection process, and that there is consistency not only amongst our select board members, but also across the different boards and commissions. So we need to have that transparency and consistency. Timeliness is important. You know, if citizens put their names forward, you know, I do believe that in most cases they receive some sort of a response that yes, we know that you've put in, but I also think that we in some form or other need to engage them in the process so that they know, you know, that we have an understanding of what their interests and how well they're going to match up with the board that they've expressed an interest in. And needless to say, and this has been a great discussion that we've had, is respect. All citizens should feel valued throughout that process, truthfully, whether they're selected or not. And many people won't be selected, and I get that, and I think we all get that. But at least, you know, to be respected and feel that we're truly a part of the process. Excellence is another key. Our citizens need to perceive that we are choosing the most capable people to represent us in these positions, regardless of how well that person is connected. And I will also add, by the way, in some cases, somebody who's connected may be the most capable person and absolutely should be selected. And last in the things that I think you should be thinking about are ethics. We need to understand as citizens that whenever there is a conflict in interest, it is understood that the volunteer will recuse themselves. from consideration for the decision that's in front of that board. So I think those are some things that are important, and I think if they happen, I think that our citizens would feel most valued, and we would have a continual flow of great volunteers into the program. So the opportunity from my perspective, and then I'm done, and I will let you move on to the others, but if we make this type of clear policy a reality and follow its guidance, I'm really confident that those passionate and committed members of our citizenry, will volunteer for these positions and can make a profound difference, and bring a brighter future to North Reading. And I appreciate your time, and I appreciate all of your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is anyone else here to speak in public comment? Okay, we have just a few more items to take care of before the public hearing at 7:30 on the turkey farm, so. We have board member reports. Mr. O'Leary?
The only thing I just want to, not so much a report, other than I want to remind the public, return your census. I haven't done mine yet. I had it, but no, I didn't do it because my wife stuck it in here and said, don't forget to do it, and I haven't done it yet. But return the census is very important for a whole host of reasons. One, that you remain on the rolls here, one that comes to congressional representation, and so please fill it out, get it back, and continue to participate. So thank you. Other than that, nothing else, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Wallner?
I had a chance to attend, for the first time in a long time, the North Reading Chamber of Commerce breakfast with the town administrator. I was very impressed by how much that has changed and how much more viable it has been in the past when I used to be on the board. So they're doing a really good job, and really high membership as well. Hopefully that leads to more business for our community as well. Also, just to respond to Jeff's comments, it is on my back, I guess, to work on procedures for how we view liaison appointments, how we look at those committees and everything else like that. So, Jeff, if you'd like to forward your comments to me, I'd appreciate it. It would continue to inspire me, but take some notes from what you just said, and we'll certainly look at those as part of that overall package. And Mr. O'Leary's volunteered to assist me with that process as well, so it is something we're taking seriously. Thank you.
Mr. Schultz?
I'll defer to old new business. There's a lot of people here who want to talk about the turkey farm and probably don't want to hear me pontificate, so I'll defer my thoughts to later in the meeting. You're welcome to stay, though.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Mrs. Gonzalez?
Same.
And let's move right along. We
Can I
have,
just make one other comment? I had forgotten. The other day, we had an appreciation
oh, yes.
luncheon for our employees. The town administrator and the HR director chaired, and it was wonderful to see a good turnout. Glad I was able to be there and just offer a few comments on the board in the absence of the chair. I know Mr. Schultz showed up too. But again, we do truly recognize and appreciate the efforts of our employees throughout the year, and this is kind of an annual event that we just started maybe about 3 or 4 years ago, just to get people from different departments to gather together as a group and allow the administration to address them as a whole, and again, representation from the board to recognize their efforts. And again, the general public, I conveyed to the employees that the public really does appreciate the work that they put in, and recognizes that they are public servants, and think about the delivery of services that they provide for the community is enormous, and a lot of these people put in a lot of extra time for no extra money and not looking for any extra. It's just a wonderful event, and I'm glad it took place, and I was happy to be able to participate.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. Next order of business is to appoint additional election workers, and annually we have our town clerk that comes and asks us to do this to facilitate elections coming up, which you have a fun year this year.
We
so-
have a very fun-packed year, yes
Please.
indeed. And that's one of the reasons I'm here, because through our regular appointment, as you all know, is usually during the July to August period in which we do the annual appointments. But because we've had a couple of people who have retired, and at this time of year in particular, some are wintering in Florida, and some have just decided to stop doing it. I actively sought some additional election workers, and that's why we're here, to make appointments for the 6 additional election workers that I believe you have before you. The Board of Registrars met prior to this to take a vote to recommend these people to you, and that was, of course, a unanimous vote. So we're just looking to have you appoint them for the current election period, which runs through August 31st, the same as the ones you did last year, and then we start this process again annually. So this is to supplement the work of the current list of election workers.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to appoint additional election workers for elections held between September 1st, 2019 through August 31st, 2020 from the supplemental list submitted by the registrars as recommended by the registrars.
Second.
Motion and second by Mr. O'Leary.
That was a tie.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I skipped over the signing the presidential warrant, so can we move back to that item?
May I just add to Mr. O'Leary's comments on the census too? A lot of people think that when they don't vote, it takes them off the voting list. I can take that off your hands. But it's
To get me out of
actually
trouble.
not returning your census form that puts everybody on our infamous blue list. If you've ever gone to the polls and you're on the blue list, which is our inactive list, and it's only called the blue list in North Reading because we print it on blue paper, so the workers know, send these people to the warden, and we get you activated again.
Yikes.
It doesn't take you
Send in your
off the
census.
voting rolls. All it does is make you inactive, and you do have to sign an affirmation that you have continuously lived in North Reading, and you swear to that, and then you get to move on and vote, and that action reactivates you until the next census year. So it's all predicated on returning your census annually. So it's a good time to just make that point to our voters. And
Thank you.
also
Yes.
just to mention as a plug that the presidential primary, which you're going to sign the warrant next, is coming. And just to make people aware, if you haven't seen it on the website, that we will be doing early voting for 1 week prior to the presidential primary. That has been established by the Secretary of State and the legislature. It is a 1 week defined period. We don't have any say in that. So it's Monday, February 24th through Friday, February 28th, during the normal business hours of the town hall. Plus, we are offering 3 hours additional on Tuesday evening, which we have historically done the last 2 times we've had early voting. So our office will be open until 7 o'clock that night, straight through, to offer people who may not be in town the opportunity to still do early voting. We do not have the option to extend it beyond Friday, because historically we've had it for 2 weeks before a state election, and that will encompass a Saturday in the middle where we can offer it, but that is not an option. So
And that's at Town Hall, not at
it
St.
is at
Teresa's.
Town Hall, past the office, past the town clerk's office. Plenty of directional signs in the building once you walk in.
Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
Great information.
Thank you for the plug.
It's official.
Oh, good.
It's passed in.
You don't have to go to the warden.
Yeah, I don't have to go to the warden.
So,
Madam Chair, I move to approve and sign the March 3rd, 2020 presidential primary warrant.
Second.
Can you speak up or into the microphones, the board members? Please. So we can hear you a little better?
Can you hear me? I'm right in there. Can you hear me?
The mic.
When you get closer, you can hear you, but when you're back, I don't think.
Yeah. It's very hard.
Microphones are not working or whatever.
Here we go.
Don't do that. To really lean.
Mrs. Gonzalez just motioned for us to sign the warrant for the Town of North Reading presidential primary that's going to be taking place on Tuesday, March 3rd, from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Between the hours of 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. at St. Teresa's Hall. So this is the regular primary election day, which will be on Tuesday. And as you just heard from Clerk Stats, we'll also be having early voting for that primary within the week preceding that, within the Monday through Friday week preceding that, during regular business hours, and then extended hours on the Tuesday of that preceding week. So if you can't make it to the primary, March 3rd, go to early voting the week ahead of time during the business hours or during that one extended day. And if you can make it between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m., come to St. Teresa's and cast your ballot. And Mrs. Gonzalez moved for us to sign this warrant, and it was seconded by Mr. O'Leary. You keep trying, and so that's what the motion was that you could not hear. So, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I also state that absentee ballots are currently available also. So if anybody is going to be out of town, or for some other reason, allowed by law, cannot make it to the polls or early voting, absentee ballots are available in our office or by mail right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So all members sign that for the constable who's patiently waiting. We have one more item on the agenda before the public hearing, which is appointments, Board of Appeals, Conservation Commission, Library Trustees, Veterans Events Committee. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Ms. Ferrolo. Do we have any motions?
Madam Chair, I move to place in nomination the following names for appointment as a member of the Board of Appeals for an unexpired term through December 31st, 2021. There's one opening. Jennifer Platt, Vincent Rigucci, Frank Gazzola, Jeffrey Stoltz, Maria Lockhart.
Okay, we'll hear, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second by Mr. Schultz. And we'll hear from the liaison.
First of all, I want to thank the members of the public. We had a great response from the advertisement for these positions, and it was great to see the community outreach and the feedback on this. We have 5 candidates that are very qualified here, and I've spoken to all of them. I'm going to be recommending Mr. Rigucci for Part A, Ms. Platt for the second motion. And the only reason for that is Ms. Platt's term is going to end. Her current term would end this December, so we're going to keep her on the same schedule. And I'm going to be recommending Ms. Lockhart for the associate position. But I think everyone's qualified. The folks that I'm going to recommend, Mr. Rigucci is a longtime member of North Reading. Before he was in North Reading, he served 10 years on a city council in Everett. He's the head of our water commission. He's also been appointed by Governor Baker to the State Water Committee, I believe it's called. Ms. Platt, who I think is here tonight, has been on the zoning board as an associate for 10 years or so.
14.
Highly qualified, deserves a chance to have a voting membership. I recommend her implicitly as well. And Ms. Lockhart as an associate member, I recommend. She is an attorney, also obviously lives in North Reading, and has served on the Merrimack Board of Appeals before she moved to North Reading years ago. So, but the folks that I'm not recommending, again, highly qualified, and it's just we can only have so many people we could pick, and I thank everybody for putting their names out there. And so as far as on the first motion that's before us, I would recommend Vincent Rigucci.
Any other discussion? Roll call vote. Mr. O'Leary.
Mr. Rigucci.
Mr. Wallner.
Mr. Rigucci?
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Rigucci?
Mrs. Gonzalez.
Mr. Rigucci?
And I vote Mr. Rigucci.
Madam Chair, I move to place in nomination the following names for appointment as member of the Board of Appeals for an unexpired term through December 31st, 2020, one opening. Jennifer Platt, Vincent Rigucci, Frank Gazzola, Jeffrey Stoltz, Maria Lockhart.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, and I think we just heard the liaison's explanation that he would be submitting Ms. Platt's name forward. Any further discussion on that?
It just went quick. I'm just confirming full-time for Jennifer, correct?
Voting membership. Yep.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? So we'll move forward on a vote. It's a roll call vote. Mr. O'Leary.
Jennifer Platt.
Mr. Wallner.
Jennifer Platt.
Mr. Schultz.
Ms. Platt?
Mrs. Gonzalez.
Jennifer Platt?
And Jennifer Platt. And just, I will note that one of the things that we did new here that I noticed in the packet for these appointments is that we do have a record of everybody that has put their name in for this. Some people fill the citizens activity form out and they list multiple commissions or boards that they would like to serve on if it's available. And so we did get a listing in the packet, and we keep the names and we retain the names on file in case a vacancy does occur. So, just for the point that was made previously, we have all the names and we'll retain the names. I think it's for at least a period of a year, right, Mr. Gilberto?
2 years, I believe.
2 years that we keep it on file in case these, so we can review it again in the hopes that someone wants to serve. But still, if you learn of a position that becomes available, submit a request or notify us again if something comes up.
And one thing I just want to say to the public, we are going to be seeking, our last meeting, we reestablished the wastewater committee. We're going to be needing volunteers from the public for that. So if you are interested in serving on that to bring sewer to town, that'd be a great opportunity for folks. That'll be coming real soon.
All right, we need to move along, and I think our next is Conservation Commission.
one
You
more.
got
No,
an
we have
associate member?
We got to, all right.
Madam Chair, I move to place in nomination the following names for appointment as an associate member of the Board of Appeals for an unexpired term through December 31st, 2020, one potential opening. Vincent Rigucci, Frank Gazzola, Jeffrey Stoltz, Maria Lockhart.
Okay, I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
We are.
I recommend Ms.
the
Lockhart.
Liaison's recommendation was Ms. Lockhart. We just appointed 2 others, so we're not going to appoint them.
You're right, so Mr. Rigucci doesn't need to be on there, right?
Right,
Yeah.
and neither does Mrs. Platt. So any other discussion? Roll call, Mr. O'Leary,
Maria Lockhart.
Maria Lockhart.
Mr. Wallner, Mr. Schultz,
Ms. Lockhart?
Mrs. Gonzalez.
Maria Lockhart.
And Maria Lockhart. And the remaining applicants will remain on file in case a vacancy opens. All right.
Madam Chair, I move to place in nomination the following names for appointment as a member of the Conservation Commission for an unexpired term through December 31st, 2020, one opening. Lauren Bashara. Forgive me if I mess this up. Yan Wang.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion. Sorry. I have a motion and I have a second, I'm sorry. And we'll hear from the
Was there
liaison.
only 2? There were 9 in the meeting packet.
It's only 2 here.
On page 8 of the meeting packet, there were 9 people.
I see
Right.
names.
Mr. O'Leary is the liaison.
Madam
Let's hear
Chair, I have spoken with all 9 applicants, and what you see in front of you are 2 people who have expressed an interest in being a full-term member before us. So Ms. Bashara and, again, forgive me too, Yan Huang also has expressed an interest in the full membership position. The other applicants at the time had expressed an interest based upon conversations in the associate members. Originally, there were 9, or actually 10 applicants. We've had 1 on the cusp in between when we originally asked for it in December, and then someone withdrew in January before our last meeting. That was the 10th person, so withdrew her application. Since then, in conversation, 1, 2, 3 other individuals said at this particular time they wouldn't have the time to devote, and therefore did not ask for consideration at this point, which reflects what you see in front of you now as far as the motions. So again, in consultation with the chair of the Conservation Commission, who had hoped to be here this evening but had a family emergency this afternoon and unable to attend, and I told her, don't worry about it. She says, if you need something signed, I said, no, we're fine. She had a family medical emergency. She's actually at the emergency room probably as we speak right now, is unable to attend, but the recommendation of the chair and myself are Ms. Bashara for the full membership, and when we get to the other ones, I'll give you the recommendation on the associate member. And again, Ms. Bashara has been an associate member of the Conservation Commission, showing up on a regular basis, actively participating, and is up to speed and ready to go and fill the vacancy created by Mr. Allen, who just retired after 14 years, or 16 years.
Thank you. So any other questions? We have a roll call. Mr. O'Leary.
Lauren Bashara.
Mr. Wallner,
Lauren Bashara.
Mr. Schultz,
Lauren Bashara.
Mrs. Gonzalez,
Lauren Bashara.
and the chair votes Lauren Bashara. Now, the next motion relates to the associate member position on the Conservation Commission.
Madam Chair, I move to place in nomination the following names for appointment as an associate member of the Conservation Commission for an unexpired term through December 31st, 2022, one potential opening. Erin Matt Daniels, Chris Lippert, James Cheney, Allison Papavasilio, Yan Hong.
Second.
Motion and a second, and we'll hear from the liaison.
Again, Madam Chair, to the same point that Mr. Schultz made in relation to the Board of Appeals, each and every one of these applicants, including those who expressed a non-interest at this particular time, but maybe at a later time, offer a significant amount of expertise and interest in conservation matters. So we appreciate, and I expressed this to all of them as I spoke with them, their interest in applying. And I explained that we only had one position, and asked them not to be discouraged because there's plenty of other opportunities, and there's actually one or two people who are interested in the water wastewater committee, so we'll be hearing from them too. So the recommendation of myself and the chair of the Conservation Commission would be James Cheney.
So, we have any other comment? Roll call, Mr. O'Leary,
James Cheney.
Mr. Wallner,
James Cheney.
Mr. Schultz,
James Cheney.
Mrs. Gonzalez,
James Cheney.
and I vote James Cheney.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I move to place in nomination the following names for appointment as a member of the Library Trustees. We were going to table this.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, I spoke to the chair, and they are having a meeting this week to discuss what they want to do with that. So we're going to table it till next meeting. Madam Chair, I move to place in nomination the following names for appointment as member of the Veterans Event Committee for an unexpired term to expire December 31st, 2021, one opening.
Placing the names in nomination.
Deborah Aldrich, Michelle Reed, Daniel Mahoney.
Second.
Motion and a second, we'll hear from the liaison.
I spoke with Sue, the veterans, yes, and we decided to nominate Deborah Aldrich.
So we have,
That's who I'm recommending.
all right, liaison recommendation, any other discussion? Mr. O'Leary.
No discussion. The
No,
roll call?
I'm sorry, I'm moving it to a vote.
Deborah Aldrich.
Deborah Aldridge.
Mr. Schultz.
Deborah Aldridge.
Mrs. Gonzalez.
Deborah Aldrich.
Deborah Aldrich.
Madam Chair, I move to place in nomination the following names for appointment as member of the Veterans Events Committee for an unexpired term to expire December 31st, 2020, one opening. Deborah Aldrich, Michelle Reed, and Daniel Mahoney.
Second.
Motion and a second, and liaison's recommendation.
Also, Deborah Aldrich for the Events Committee.
Okay. Any other discussion? Move to a vote, Mr. O'Leary.
Deborah Aldrich.
Mr. Wallner.
Deborah Aldridge.
Mr. Schultz.
Deborah Aldridge.
Mrs. Gonzalez.
Deborah Aldrich.
And chair votes Deborah Aldrich. And I think that's it for appointments, so we can move on to our 7:30 public hearing. So the Town of North Reading Select Board, notice of public hearing, 14 Concord Street, which is 7 acres Turkey Farm. The Select Board will hold a public hearing on Monday, February 10th, 2020 at 7:30 p.m. at North Reading Town Hall, 235 North Street, room 14, to consider exercising the town's first refusal option pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 61A, to purchase property identified as Assessor's Map 18, Lot 15, and located at 14 Concord Street, commonly known as 7 Acres Turkey Farm. Interested parties are encouraged to attend. If you're unable to attend, comments may be mailed care of Town Administrator, Town Hall, 235 North Street, North Reading, Mass. 01864, or via email to townadministrator@northreadingma.gov. And a map is included. A map depicting the location is included in our notice of public hearing. So with that, we have a presentation. Does anyone else want to come in and have a seat? There's seats up in the front here. Yeah. Okay, so. Just a moment. The only place we can't go is down there on the aisle, in case we have to make a speedy exit. So come on, there's a couple of chairs up here too. Thank you, Mr. Cristo, welcome.
Pictures? Yeah.
There's another seat right up at the front.
Let me just straighten my tie first before you take a picture.
Make sure you're talking in the mics, because the fellow who's doing the sound says the same thing. You need to talk into the mics.
Okay,
I
talk
can
into
hear
the
you, but I can
microphones,
hear no one
everybody,
else.
all right? And if you do come up to speak, there's microphones at the tables if you need to take a seat, and there's microphone at the podium, so that anybody that wants to speak, talk into that, because we're very soft-spoken here, so we need to.
Liz, why don't you put it at the end of the table?
Yeah, but there's a chair right there too, if you need to sit down when you're addressing the public hearing. So, Mr. Gilberto, why don't we begin with you with the presentation, just for the informational purposes, and before we get to comment.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So before you is a map that depicts the parcel that is the topic for discussion this evening. Address commonly known as 14 Concord Street, the 7 acres turkey farm. You're looking at that parcel highlighted there. The property has been eligible for reduced payment of property taxes by virtue of it being classified under the state's statute for agricultural property, Chapter 61A. So the taxes paid on the property have been significantly reduced for a number of years. That law requires that if the owner of the property moves forward to sell the property to another person, the town is provided an option for first refusal to acquire the property under terms largely similar to whatever's been negotiated for the sale. So in this instance, the owner of the property, the Magliozzi family, Mr. Paul Magliozzi, has signed a purchase and sale agreement to sell this property to Sergio Coviello for a price of $1.1 million. And pursuant to the law, the town was notified of that transaction, as well as the potential sale of the two smaller lots just to the north or at the top of the screen, which are probably the more prominently visible lots from the street, one holding the white farmhouse with the farm stand, and then the other a two-family blue home that's just to the right of the farmhouse. So the town does not have a option for first refusal on those two properties. Our option is limited to the larger parcel for which the taxes were reduced, located at 14 Concord Street. However, our understanding is that based on the language in the purchase and sale agreements for the other two smaller parcels, those sales are contingent upon the buyer acquiring the larger parcel. And again, just to review the parties involved, the owner of the property is Mr. Paul Magliozzi. He's selling it under the terms agreed to Mr. Sergio Coviello. Mr. Magliozzi and Mr. Coviello both represented by James Dimitri, who was the broker for both sides of the transaction, as we understand it. And then the seller is represented by Attorney DiGiulio, and the buyer is represented by Attorney Keys, who's here this evening. Thank you very much. So those are the parties that are involved in the transaction. And really, what this evening is intended to do is to provide the public a little bit of information about what opportunity the town has, and to provide an opportunity for the townspeople, its departments, boards, and committees to provide comment for the record and for the select board to consider. There are timelines that are associated with such a transaction, meaning that if the town were to decide to move forward with its option to acquire the property, we would need to have a special town meeting. We need to acquire the property, or we need to have authority and sign a purchase and sale agreement within 120 days of a notice that we received in mid-January. That does not give us enough time to get to the June town meeting, so we would be looking at a special town meeting to acquire it, and then we need to acquire or close the transaction within 90 days, Attorney Eichmann, of all of the agreements being reached. So I'm going to stop there, Madam Chair. That's kind of the high-level overview. In terms of the notice, we put this notice in the newspaper. We put it on the website for this hearing. We mailed to the abutters within roughly 300 feet of the parcel as well to make them aware. So I think clearly it's been out there that that we would be having this evening. And I'll turn it back to you.
I would like to just note before we go into public comment that request was made of multiple departments in the town for information, understanding that we were going to have this public hearing, and that invitation for individuals to submit letters, which is still available for individuals to submit letters. But we did hear from Danielle McKnight, who most of you know is our town planner on behalf of the Community Planning Commission, and discussing the possible interest in the exercise of the town's right of first refusal, which the CPC expressed interest in acquiring the parcel, as well as the potential for the adjacent parcels, which are also for sale, as Mr. Gilberto explained, the two residential parcels adjacent. For tonight's meeting, where we're under a timeline to determine whether or not we should acquire. There have been a number of suggestions for the use of this parcel, and a number of postings about what we have determined the use of the parcel is. However, we haven't made a determination on that yet. We're proceeding because we're under a very limited timeline to make this decision and move forward, because the statute imposes that limited timeline on us. But as far as the town planner and CPC, they're in favor. We also heard from Maureen Stevens, who's the director of our Parks and Recreation Department Committee, with a number of suggestions for the use of the parcel. And we heard from Kenneth Tarr, who's our Land Utilization Committee chairperson, also is essentially giving multiple options for which the party could be used for, including a land bank for future municipal use. We had a letter from Scott Buckley, who many of you know is our chairperson on the board. He wrote in his individual capacity in support of the purchase of 14 Concord Street, and also in support of the potential purchase of adjacent lots, which also have frontage on Concord Street. Again, we're here for the turkey farm, but we do want to at least make the public know that there could be a potential there as well. Because of I won't get into the lengthy letter, but if anyone wants to see a copy of any of these, they'll be available at your request. We heard from the Board of Health, and the Board of Health is, the chairman of the Board of Health is Gary T. Hunt, also endorsing the acquisition of the parcel on behalf of the town of North Reading, and actually, again, making a recommendation that it essentially remain in its natural state. We also heard from Kim Manzilli on behalf of the North Reading Council on Aging. And if anyone's joining me in the room, don't let this prevent you from coming forward. There's a lot of people here. Recommending that the town consider the purchase of the parcel. And I think that, Mr. Gilberto.
So just one more comment that we received back this evening from the school committee through the chair, that the school committee supports or has no objection to using Berry funds to purchase the property. So they were discussing it this evening, and he just provided me that comment.
Mr. Schultz.
And Mr. Putney, where are you? I know I saw you earlier. You still here?
No, he left.
Oh, Mr. Don Putney left a letter this evening to us, and he encourages the select board to recommend the purchase of the property.
Thank you.
All right, Mr.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
May want to mention the financial planning team meeting that we had.
Oh,
And
yes.
additionally, I would like to mention that I was at a Conservation Commission meeting recently where the subject was broached, and they would recommend that it would appear that they would have an interest in recommending that we purchase it also.
And then we see other members of some boards and commissions that are here that are probably going to step forward on behalf of those boards.
But you may want to mention financial planning, since you're the chair.
Yes, right.
So-
We did raise it. We have been attempting to raise it, given the tight timeline. We want to make sure everybody is involved in providing their opinion on whether or not to acquire the parcel. Mr. Gilberto, were there any other commenters that I left out there? I want to make sure I summarized them, but I want to make sure I got them all.
I believe you got them all, Madam Chair.
Okay, so let's open the hearing up to anyone that would like to speak in favor or in opposition to this, or anyone that might have questions with regard to this. If you are here and want to speak on it, please step forward and identify yourself. Even though we all know you, Mr. Carucci, would you please state your name and into the microphone and give us your comments.
Charles Carucci, 3 Chester Street. I represent the North Reading Housing Authority here tonight. We have our chairman here tonight also, Leanne. We would like to see the town land bank this because we've been looking for property to do some elderly housing. As you know, North Reading is very short on elderly housing in this town. And this is our chance. This is the best piece of property that's come up for doing something like that. As you know, the town owns the Smith land, which you can't get to. They own the Eisenhower land you can't get to. You can get to this one very easily. So that's our mission, to try and do the elderly housing. And the other reason that I say the town should own it is what Mr. Schultz had said, that they're talking about sewerage in the town. One of the big areas would be Concord Street to do. In order to do that, you need a pump station. You have the opportunity, if you take the land, to be able to put a pump station there, rather than try and buy land later on, okay, which is a possibility. So with that, our recommendation is for the town to buy this piece of property. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to come forward? Mr. Kelleher.
Don Kelleher, 3 Sandspur Lane. My only comment on this is that if we're going to do it, I'm concerned about how it's going to be paid for. Bonding or using free cash, or a combination of bonding and free cash, I think would have a pretty detrimental impact on the operating funds of the town and funds that are going to be needed for capital. We're currently looking at our capital requests this year, trying to figure out how much we can afford to do. Part of it will be bonded, part of it will be done with cash. Perhaps there may be some free cash that's infused into that again this year as there was last year to kind of speed up the road program. If we're going to do this, I would strongly recommend that we use the Pulte money to do it and not encumber any of the operating needs of the town, either through the debt service of capital or through the free cash that, I don't know how much money we're going to have in free cash, but I think we're going to need it for the budget. We're going to need it for additional capital this year. So that's my only comment, is that we don't handicap the rest of the town's operations by buying this. Thank you.
If I could just answer to that, probably some of my colleagues would like to address that. We have absolutely no intention of eating up, I guess, the balance of free cash for this acquisition. I think there was a general consensus that we utilize the funds that are being held from the J.T. Berry, which are, as you may recall, are restricted funds anyway. So this is the particular type of transaction for which we're permitted to use those funds. I think as we approach budget season, we probably will make a more firm determination with regard to whether that's going to be a mix of J.T. Berry and some infusion of free cash towards this acquisition. But we are in a consensus, a majority, a unanimous consensus. We're not going to be bonding for this, and we are not going to be raising taxes for this acquisition, because we have the availability of those funds for J.T. Berry. And again, we have other planning goals in mind with regard to those funds, but we do have sufficient assets in J.T. Berry funds and potentially an infusion of free cash, a portion of free cash towards this acquisition. So those are we are contemplating the use of those, a combination of those or one of those, but certainly not all free cash towards this acquisition, because we do need it and utilize it each year for budget purposes. And I don't know if any of my other colleagues want to make a comment.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Keller, I think a lot of it's going to depend on how the weather committee does between now and the end of March as far as our snow and ice budget. I think if we're going to use any of free cash, I think we kind of want to see where we are. Are we going to have a big shortfall? Let's see if we're going to have big giant storms coming. It's going to cost us a ton of money. So, but I think the general consensus is no borrowing, and the majority of the funds is going to be the J.T. Berry money at a minimum. So it could be all J.T. Berry money, but we won't know until a later date.
No, I agree. I think the consensus here is no borrowing, and also no impact on general operating expenses or capital expenditures in relation to the capital planning committee's efforts. So therefore, it would be J.T. Berry money or any excess free cash that's available. That's it. So no borrowing.
Please step forward. Can you just go to the microphone right there, and you can...
Well, I think I can speak up.
No, yeah, but people at home can't hear you. They can't hear you at home, though.
Yeah. No.
They won't be able to hear you at home.
Really?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
We can hear you here, but...
Can you hear me now?
Podcast in the snow. Yeah, we own the property that abuts.
Will you state your
property
name
in
too?
question.
Would you please state your name just for
Name and
the...
address.
Face who?
Your name. What's your name?
Name and address.
Who you are. State your name.
Jack Arsenault from Reading, Mass. I own 20 Concord Street, Bobcat of Boston. My son runs it today. I bought it from the Mars in 1979. And of course, it was commercial property. And I'd like to know, what's the designation of the property in question?
Residential.
Residential. I thought I saw someplace agricultural and commercial. Needless,
Let's answer that question. I know, we have a couple of...
I saw that someplace.
All right, hold on one second. Mr. Gilberto, we also have our assessor here. Mr.
Sir, so
Gilberto.
you have two of the three things correct. So it is zoned residential, It does have an agricultural restriction on it in terms of the taxes, but not in terms of the permanent use. It's not zone commercial.
Of course, the part that abuts my son and I is, there's no houses on it. The entrance, that would go to the back. And we would appreciate that being a commercial building, if it's in the offing, if it happens. I bought in a commercial area, like the idea of the safety, which is an issue. And we run machinery, and I think a commercial building or two would work in our favor, or work better, but that's up to the town.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. And to modify the use, other than to what's permitted right now, would require a zoning change. And that would require public hearing on the zoning changes, as well as public vote on those zoning changes. And boards, at least two boards here, CPC as well as this board, moving forward on a zoning change on that parcel. So,
We abut the largest commercial area in North Reading. Shame it doesn't have sewage. Shame on our forebears here. Should have happened, especially for that area. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments. Does anyone else wish to speak? Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Julie Brown, and I'm on Southwick Road, 30. I've lived in town for quite a few years. Matter of fact, almost 55. I have seen the biggest acquisition that we did when I first came here was the Hillview. And that was for the water protection for us. And that was such a good move. Since then, we've had the Eisenhower, which we got sued for. We had to pay off people, hire our lawyers. Then we did the Dana, which we weren't allowed to walk on, but we paid $3 million. Then we had the Smith acquisition, which we also paid $3 million for. You can't put your foot on it. And we had to pay Bill Smith to take the bridge back. I just think this is one piece of property that I can't imagine that we could bypass. Now, the transfer station, when we were going with the MWRA, as you remember, we bought $750,000 for the house on Mill Street. Now, the one that we bought it from is living there. Granted, they pay their taxes and their utilities, but we own it. Why can't we sell that piece of property? Because we don't need a transfer station. And if you're talking about putting sewer in North Reading, since I have lived here, we have done water studies and sewer studies. You can't, how could we possibly put in sewer? They had a thing one time, it was gonna put 20% of our town on sewer, but they would only pay a certain proportion of that. The rest of the town would pay for the rest of it. And they wouldn't have it. So I don't know where we're coming from, but I do think it stands in the best interest, not because I'm just in a butter, to buy this piece of property. We own other pieces of property up on Concord Street. That blue building,
We don't own that.
we don't?
Not yet, no.
All right, we don't collect any revenue either.
You're right about that.
Right. We could own it.
You might not want to own it. because-
No, and nobody wants to buy
Yeah.
it. So I just think we tried to stop the truckers when they first started coming. When I came here, the only thing was Denny Marr's wells drilling was there on Concord Street. There wasn't anything there. The truckers came in. It wasn't until Mrs. Phillips got killed on Park Street that people really realized what abuse that we were having these speeding trucks go down. I can't see having any more industry. And I look at what we have, got $18 million, and as I said at town meeting, it won't take any time for us to spend $18 million, trust me. So I just feel as though we can serve our town better by buying 14 acres and just leaving it vacant if we have to. Or put in another Ipswich River Park on that end.
Music to my ears.
I hope you do buy this piece of property. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Mrs. Brown. There was a lot wrapped up.
Yeah,
into
I just
that.
want to address a couple of things. Mrs. Brown, first of all, on Mill Street, you're right, we purchased the property on Mill Street, for,
The transfer station.
well, to get sewerage from here to Reading, if we were gonna go with the MWRA. And that was the route we were going at that particular time, and we got a pretty good deal. And we're in the process right now of subdividing that parcel, retaining a portion of it, and selling the house off. The residents who sold it to us lived there for approximately 1 year, and has now been vacant, and we're going to subdivide the property and sell the single-family home off and retain a portion of that for whatever municipal purposes we may find down the road.
Well, it's on the Ipswich River,
Right.
and I can understand that.
Right, so, but it was a perfect location, it was gonna work extremely well, we were very fortunate to have the opportunity to buy it, and we did. And then, of course, Andover changed their mind,
Right.
which helped us out significantly, and
Yeah.
now we have some additional land that we're gonna be selling. So, and in relation to, what's happened on Concord Street, and that blue building down there, that's still up in the air as to who owns it, really. Nobody's claiming ownership, it's contaminated, and we're looking to work a deal with the state to get that back on the tax rolls. I don't think we necessarily have an interest. We may own it for a day or two to help transfer ownership of it to somebody else for future development. But you're absolutely right in relation to what's happened on Concord Street over the years and how we have the trucking terminals, which was not necessarily desired, nor is it still today. But fortunately, Teradyne came in and offered a significant amount of revenue for us from economic development right in the Wilmington line. So, again, we appreciate your comments. We appreciate your historical perspective on things, because there aren't too many of us around that remember all the things we have done. But in relation to,
But you've been on the board most of the
I know,
time.
you're absolutely right.
And
Yeah.
I have to say, I love North Reading,
Good.
don't get me wrong.
Yep.
But,
But again, Eisenhower Pond Park, again, those.
Dana's?
But Eisenhower Pond Park, again, we had a study and an opportunity to purchase some land and then form something which will be developed down the road, not right now. And yes, that involved eminent domain taking. This particular parcel does not,
No, I know.
which is a bonus for the town. There's a set and definitive price. There's not going to be any court cases or anything else involved with it. So, again, it's an opportunity that we should take a good, strong look at, which is what the board is doing, and you're right.
Can I ask
Okay.
one
Oh.
question? Mr. Cavellio, who is now put the bid in for the 1.1, what is his intention for that piece of property?
I think he's going to speak to that. He's here.
Mr. Coviello is here tonight, and if he or his representative wishes to address that, I would expect that they would. It might be a good time to
This
do
is a
so.
good segue right here.
We do actually have a gentleman who's been waiting to make a comment, and then another gentlewoman that is waiting to make a comment. So
Thank you.
please, sir.
Thank you. Chris Simpson, Southwick Road. I just have, first of all, I'm in favor of the town purchasing the property. I just want to make 2 points. One, yes, it may be attractive for the town to see a developer go in there and build buildings and collect taxes, but it's also as attractive for homeowners to have open land or town-owned land that has intention of doing something to that land. So there is value to the property of the people in that neighborhood, if you want to call it the west side of North Reading or whatever you want to call it. Number two, I am abiding a project now off of Park Street, and since 2016, it's been a disaster for me and what's going on in that project. Constantly calling. The rules of the game changes as I go along with this developer. Yes, the town does listen to me, but once a cement's poured, they're not taking the cement up, the project continually moves on, and it's very difficult, and it continues on. So that being said, due respect to any developer that gets this land, I'd rather have the town take ownership of it so they can control it. I feel, yeah, there are rules, regulations, and zoning when a development goes up, but in my experience over the past, say, 3 years, it's been a disaster for me to see what's going on there. That's all I want to say. Just be careful. Just be careful in denying buying this property and handing it over to somebody, that whether it's a developer now or whoever wants that property, to give it up. I feel like the town could protect it in terms of being careful what gets done to that property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to, can you come forward to the microphone, please?
Oh, yeah. I'm June Story, and I live on 10 Southwick Road. I've been there since 1966. So I've seen Concord Street change in very negative ways. We've polluted the land up there. We need to look at what we do with this, especially our selectmen really looking at this, what we do with this property. If you go on Southwick Road, try to get up to 93 to go to Cambridge in the morning, it's a nightmare. I can be 20 minutes waiting at the end of Southwick Road. Often it will be a cruiser that comes through and stops so you can get off of that road. So if you put industry of any kind there or any big complexes, it's going to be a real traffic problem. That whole area was pristine when I moved in, and it is not now. And so I would say we have a chance to reclaim some of that, and I hope the town will buy it. I know the family that's there. That has been a great place, a historic place in North Reading, and maybe we can make it into something really good in North Reading. And my other question is, can those, how you classify residential, commercial, can that change once somebody purchases that land?
Do you mean the use of it? You're talking about the use of
The
it?
use. So if I'm zoned, or the turkey farm is zoned for residential right now, can somebody purchase that and then, with the intent of what they want to put in there, have it reclassified into another zoning category? I don't know if I'm making that clear or not.
The use can only change with a zoning change, a zoning bylaw change.
And how does the zoning bylaw change?
A very specific statutory process.
Which is through town
Public
meeting.
hearing.
Hopefully difficult?
Through town meeting.
Public hearings of the
Oh, all right.
boards and commissions that submit a zoning ordinance or a use change, and you have the gentleman right behind you that's very familiar with that process. And then it goes to
Probably doesn't agree with
Many
me.
people in the room.
becomes a warrant article and goes to town meeting for approval.
And we require a two-thirds vote to pass a zoning change.
All right.
It's
All
a
right.
very specific
And then my other
process.
comment,
It's
although
not
it-
automatic, in other words. It doesn't, just because someone buys it, doesn't mean they can designate it into a different use. That's not automatic. Use is a bylaw, a zoning bylaw, and it would require a zoning change. So,
All right. I mean, look at the areas that you've developed where the farmers market goes. Those are really used by the town. I went over there for the Vietnam Veterans display. Excuse me. And I thought it was beautifully done. I thought the area was beautifully done. And why couldn't we use that one corner that's a nightmare to begin with and use it for something positive? And I would be for the town and hopefully for especially the selectmen to look at that in a very hard way. And as far as, and this is negative and I'm sorry, but as far as the commercial end of Concord Street goes, If you want sewerage, you pay for it, you put it in. Because none of us as citizens are going to gain any benefit from that. We have not gained benefit or much benefit from what's gone in there. It's been nothing but pollution.
Okay, thank you for your comments. All right, well, Mrs. Schultz.
Just want to comment, the last piece of it, if you, I'm a proponent of commercial sewage. The betters, the people who own the properties are going to pay through betterments for the hookup in part. But one thing I would caution, that I would respectfully disagree with you, I think the residents would be impacted positively by sewage because it'll increase the commercial tax base, increase our revenue without hitting the backs of residents. So if we want to build the things we want to build down the road, like senior center, senior housing, new fire station, new town hall, we need to find a way to increase revenue. We can't tax the residents any more than they're already taxed. We're taxing seniors out of, so sewerage would enable you to build better things. New growth would increase your tax revenue. So it would affect the residents in a positive way.
Well, I'd love to talk to you.
Yep, sure.
Okay. Is there anyone, oh, I'm sorry, please, come on forward. Thanks.
Just come right over here. I'm Jody DeClean. I live at 6 Oakland Road, which is the school street that comes away from the little school. I have to make a left turn onto Park Street every single day.
Good luck.
But I have a question that nobody has talked about, this map, where you have this, cream-colored, beautiful stuff, which to me means wetlands or river, because I know that lake. Could someone please address the big cream going through that property? Is that wetlands?
Yes, it is.
So, okay, Oakland Road, when we had new houses go up on Park Street, the side of our road that has Southwick backing up to it, so that would be the odd side, all the backyards flooded. And the neighbors had to deal with that. We're proposing some sort of building going on this land with wetlands. How are we doing that? That does not make sense. And I am very for the town buying this property and keeping it natural. The other thing we need to take into consideration is the fact that, excuse me, I'm nervous. Because I was, the whole trucking thing, great, it's there. This is almost at the stop sign. The traffic backs up about a half mile, starting at about 4 o'clock. We never got a street light there. We've always wanted a street light there. I had to teach my teenagers to honk and be aggressive for everybody that runs that stop sign. If we put industry in that lot, we have no ability to change that corner because we have people that live on those corners. Unless we plan on buying Mr. Shaw's house, which I don't think we plan on doing. So I think there's a lot to consider if you think that a commercial property should be given permission to move that quantity of wetlands, which I don't think is legal. But I'm not a lawyer, I don't have that information.
One of the things I want to make sure we're clear on is that it is zoned residential use. It clearly has a farm classification right now, so we all know it was a farm. It doesn't have a commercial designation. It would require a zoning change in order to get that designation. One of the things that are permitted there is residential development, multiple homes, similar to the Shea gentleman, the gentleman that spoke, like that.
These 7 homes.
Seven lots.
7 lots is a matter of
Right.
right.
But how do they?
But
go
it's
ahead.
going to face those same issues, permitting issues, and have to address permitting issues if homes are placed on that lot based on the topography, based on the nature of it, based on the wetlands that are there. It's not, because someone buys it doesn't eliminate those permitting obligations or review obligations or any of the process that that a developer would have or a developer would face. But for commercial, putting a commercial building on there, I just want to be clear, and we've said it, but it would require a zoning change. It would require approval. It would require town meeting approval to change it for that particular use. It doesn't have that use right now.
Well, I would like it to go on record that the town will need to take into a greater consideration of the impact of the wetlands and what it will do to the properties on Southwick, Oakland, Park Street, and the like as the water table changes.
Which didn't happen with Shays, because it didn't impact people.
Mrs. Gonzalez.
Thank you, I'm done.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were.
So just to address you, that's the whole reason for me that I think we should be buying this, so we
I
have
agree.
control over this. If we don't buy this, someone else comes in and puts those houses in. I mean, we'll have no control over that, other than permitting and, but basically they'll do what they want to do. So it's better for us to have control over that.
I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr.
And Jody, to
Mr.
follow up
Schultz.
on what you're saying too, I'm a proponent of buying the property as well. I do think, however, and I did talk to the town administrator about this, we should have an engineering study done to know what the wetlands are, and can we act, so we don't have Smith property 2.0. Okay, I think it's important to know what we're getting into as far as what's upland, what's back. There is a big piece you can see in the back that is upland. It's just how do you traverse the wetlands? I don't think it's insurmountable, but I would like to have that. So everybody, so basically the town voters, when they vote at town meeting on this, have all the information and they can make an informed decision. But I do support the purchase of the property as well.
Okay. I did see another,
There was someone.
do you want to come and speak? Did you have your hand up?
Got my hand up. Tommy Digman, I'm from 16 Marblehead Street.
Tommy, can you just say that into the microphone, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's
my first time.
That's all right.
All right, I'm Thomas Digman, 16 Marblehead Street, North Reading. Do have a speech prepared. So, a lot of the discussion has been on like the zoning regulations and everything, you know. So, right now it's a farm.
Yes.
To change it to a business, it would need to go through a whole vote. While this idea may still require a vote, I still hope that you will recognize it. So, I've been invited here by Selectman Schultz to speak my opinion on the matter of what should be done with 14 Concord Street. I think most of us can agree that the best solution...
Speak into the microphone, please.
Yes, miss. I think most of us can agree that the best solution would be to bring revenue to the town while having minimal impact on local infrastructure, such as increased traffic at an already busy intersection, or overburdening our emergency services. Both for the investors involved and for the environment, the ideal solution would require minimal construction and minimal waste creation. The current state of property is that of a poultry farm. It stands to reason that another type of farm would meet all those criteria. I submit that the town should consider this idea without bias and see the practicality of it for the town. So my idea for the property at 14 Concord Street would be to turn it into a cannabis cultivation farm. This stigma against cannabis exists as a result of a misinformation campaign that has run rampant through our nation, unfairly incarcerating people for a victimless crime, which so happens to have impacted minority communities in an overwhelmingly disproportionate manner. Now, despite the stigma, I encourage you to look at the facts. In this particular case, the construction would be limited. The legal requirements for the actual building would be found under Chapter 94G, Massachusetts General Laws. That goes into marijuana establishment operations. For example, it requires the security of inventory and equipment, and to be sure the public can't access or view the operations in the area, whether that be in greenhouses or more permanent structures, if it needs to be created. Zoning ordinances more in depth would need to be addressed, the same as any other option that would change it, from one to the other. There would be minimal impact sewage-wise, as it's currently a farm, as compared to other options. There would be no significant impact on emergency services, though it would require, inspection to ensure compliance with the law. But certainly not least, last but certainly not least, it'll give the town a source of revenue, much needed revenue. Communities that have looked past the stigma of the war on drugs, the stigma that the war on drugs has put on cannabis, are sharing in unprecedented tax revenue all over the nation from a single product. This is a case not of if you build it, they will come, but of if you let them, they will build it. There are so many people looking to enter this rapidly growing industry that if a new town voted in favor of it, it is almost guaranteed that an investor would be interested. And it would solve the problem of keeping it the same zoning regulation, albeit it would need to be overturned that the town allow for the production of marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon my nervousness in
Oh, it's
public
okay.
speaking.
Thank you. Mr.
If I may,
Schultz.
Mr. Dingman, I invited you to come down tonight, and I don't necessarily agree with what you say about what should go on there, but I totally appreciate you having the guts to come down here and talk about something that you know was not going to be popular with this group. And you're to be commended, and I respect that you're here saying your piece. I mean, I don't agree with it, but I commend the fact that you're here, and I really respect that. That's
Thank you
what
very
I'm
much,
saying.
Mr. Schultz.
All right. Is anyone else here?
And you can stay for the rest, too. You don't have to leave. All right.
I'm interested and curious.
Does anyone else wish to speak about this, either in favor of our acquisition or in opposition to the acquisition? Oh, we've got,
Let me add something, please.
we
Oh, I'm
have,
sorry.
yes, we have
I'm
someone
sorry,
that's.
I didn't see it.
Camille Welch, and I live on Concord Street. 13, lucky number, Concord Street.
Right across the street.
I've been there 60 years this past October. I've seen it come from beautiful farmland, good neighbors, and now I see trucks, and more trucks, and more trucks, and equipment, and cars. There is nothing left that resembles anything like a neighborhood. To put more industry in that corner would not be a credit to the town. It'd be a disservice to the town. And I hope that people are not looking at this for just the money and what they can get out of it. I hope they're looking at it for what the town needs to stay a town, that people are proud to say, come visit me. Just hit Concord Street and keep going in the traffic. You'll get there sooner or later. And that's sad. My house rumbles. My china cabinet shakes. The road needs repairs that hasn't been done. They repaired every road in North Reading in the past 6 months or whatever. Concord Street was not included. It's like a lost station. It's by itself, and all people care about is the bottom line, get industry in there and get money for it. I suggest and I recommend and I would like to see the town buy it and use it for a purposeful meeting. And that's it.
Do you have any ideas?
Do I have any ideas? No, I have no ideas. There's not much to work with except trucks. And if you're on Concord Street, any one of you, all of you, come have a cookout at my house. And you'll hear and see all the trucks, all the big equipment. And they don't disappear on Concord Street. They go down Park Street. They block off these side streets, this Nutter, Eames, all the streets that they have to pass. And then where do they go at the stoplight? They either cross over into Park Street and go down through the center of town, or they end up on 28. And we don't live in a little country anymore. We live in a busy, I can't say city, but it's like a city. Just cars and trucks. You can't even walk across the street to visit your neighbor. So I hope that everyone has a feeling of it being a neighborhood, and it still can be a neighborhood if that property is not given up for industry. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Welch.
I just wanted to add, Bobcat of Boston, Jack Arsenal. I'm not against the town buying it at all. I worry about what the town might do with it. If you let it go to residential, you're talking a lot of homes or a large rental complex. You're talking septic systems galore. You know, we work 5 days a week, 34 people, 5 days a week, 8 or 9 hours a day. There's one $85,000 septic system that we had to put in. Hardly used, probably. That's what I'm thinking, if it was commercial, if you decide to go that way. We're talking about a building that's used during the week. There's no showers. There's a septic system that's proper. Let me tell you, it'll be proper. I know all about that. So my concern would be if somebody gave in the town, they developed it residential, there'd be all those houses, which all have septic systems, and all abutting our property, which we like to think it's secure. Everybody wants a bobcat. We've learned that over the years. Again, I bought it in 1979. Very, very pleased that that was available through Jack Ma, who was my savior. All right, there was no other equipment companies there. They're all, maybe they look at our market share. So now they're all coming to Concord Street. There was no trucking down the other end. It's developed. Again, I say, too bad the town didn't invest in a septic system, a sewage system for the only commercial, the biggest wing of commercial equipment, land in all of North Reading. Is too bad. But that would be our concern. If the town buys it, fine. But I really think a commercial building there, let the houses stay or whatever, or build new ones. But back there, commercial building would have the less impact than anything else, in my mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I saw someone's, oh, please, sir. Yes.
Hello, I just want to go on record. I abut the turkey farm to the east side. I have the horse farm there. Paul De Niro is my name. 402 Park Street. I don't really have any suggestions either way, but I do like the fact of having a commercial building on there. Like the gentleman was saying, that land that is all water there was a, I have a plot plan that I got from the town. One that was made in 1911, another one in 1951. And it shows a road going right through here. So it's right over that wetland. It's a paper road. And then they had a plot plan for 8 houses in there. That land is very wet, and when you come down to the back here, there was a beaver dam down in Mill Street one year, and it just backed all the way up to my meadow, which is right there. So if the water comes up and now anyway, but if you get anything like a beaver dam or something, that gets really wet inside there, and that is the FEMA flood plans right through here. And they're doing that over again, I guess, right? The FEMA. I think that last time you mentioned.
It's updated on a regular basis.
Yeah.
So, anyway, so.
Yeah, it's not that high.
You can't switch the view, Michael, can you, Mr. Gilberto?
Sure, you want to see the floodplain?
Yes,
Yeah.
we might as well put that up there. So that's a paper street, I think, that you mentioned. But you can see by the adjacent parcels, it's a point that, that was already made about the wetlands in it, but you can see that there's a capability of development of that parcel. Again, we've already gone over commercial would require change, but there is a capability of a purchaser coming in and placing residential homes on that parcel, which it is zoned to do.
Right, the only thing that I'm saying, that was done in 1911. I'm sure the Conservation Committee wasn't as up to date as back then.
Mm-hmm. And the regulations clearly are different now.
Yeah. And then there was another plot plan for 1951, and that's when the Shaws took part of what the property is my property now, and that was part of my property. But there's no wetlands there behind there. But anyway, I just wanted to.
So, and I'm not the permit or building inspector or building commissioner or permit, but you can clearly see just the turkey farm parcel itself has sufficient land outside of anything that's wetland that would be capable of building upon. So I think we hear the comment, and the comment that we're receiving is, generally speaking, in favor of the town acquiring this. And I think that we haven't decided yet. Again, I don't want to speak for my colleagues. Some of the speakers have raised different potential uses for it that have been, that could be under consideration, but we haven't made a decision on that yet. What we're trying to decide is, should we move forward and acquire the parcel? And so that's what we're here for today. It seems like the majority, or everyone that's spoken, seems to be in favor of us doing that. At least everyone that's come.
I think, could the town administrator, for the folks at home, talk about the different colors on that map and what they represent?
Yeah.
I know the orange is a 500-year flood zone, so you could build on that.
Yes, if you actually just give me a moment, I'm going to check the plan itself right before I comment, because I want to verify that. So if you wouldn't mind coming back to me in a moment.
No, not at all. But the FEMA maps do get updated, and I can't remember when the next. I don't know if there's the next update is coming.
It should be soon, but it takes 3 or 4 years before it gets to us. It takes a long time to get back into town.
Can you explain what the different colors?
We're working on that now.
Yeah.
Can I make one more comment?
Of course, of course.
My main concern would be if there's residential, excuse me. That, like the other gentleman said, if the builder isn't checked, the water could be diverted, not intentionally, but come onto my property, because there's a low down there. So I'd be very concerned with that.
Sure.
Just quickly.
Of course.
Chris Simpson, Southwick Road. Thanks for second time here. I was promised, as an abutter of that Shea Lane, I was very general at the beginning, but I feel like I need to be more specific. I attended the CPC meetings. My concern was water. I've been on top of the developer. I've been dealing with Danielle. I've been dealing with the engineer representing the town. The water's an issue. The forebay, the retaining pond, we go on and on and on. And that's just where I am. If y'all look at the wetlands here and building something, be very careful. That's all I have to say. I was promised, don't worry. I went into detail about my concerns. And again, the rules just keep on changing. The explanations keep on changing. The development's going to go in. Be very careful when the town accepts that project. And I'm policing it. I'm keeping an eye on it. I make my phone calls. Be careful with this land. Thank you.
When we had West Nile, right in that area, there's nothing like tile.
Is there anyone that would like to speak that hasn't had an opportunity to speak?
If I could just
yet?
respond to,
Oh.
again, Chris,
Yeah.
by the town being able to buy this, we can control that. Not buying it, a developer can come in, a developer can put 7 homes.
Beautifully said. Yep.
Ma'am, do you want to speak? And if there's anyone else that's here to speak that hasn't had a chance to, if you just would raise your hand or come to the podium, that'd be great.
My name is Mary Street. I live at 379 Park Street, and apparently I'm a newcomer to town. I've only been in the house for 30 years. So, but I have seen traffic double on Park Street in those 30 years, and I am a strong supporter of the town buying the land and doing nothing with it, or a small parking lot so people have paths or trails to wander around on. But it abuts the Ipswich River, which is already in enough trouble. And I think we need to have that buffer zone between the industrial area and the residential area. I also feel for the people who live across the street because things in my house shake too. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. I love it.
Nancy Wolf, 4 Sandsper Lane. If you thought you were new, I'm newer. I've only been here for 15 years. First of all, I think this is a great thing that we all can actually all agree on. We think that this property should stay the way it is. I think it's probably one of the only issues I've seen in this town where actually it seems like a majority of residents agree, so go for it. My question is really simple. What's the next step for you guys? Because I haven't really heard, your decision time path, what you think is, what the timetable is, and I guess how can we help?
So if, again, the determination is made that we move forward with acquisition, then we are moving forward with a special town meeting within the time frame which Attorney Eichmann would be
120 days.
from the
Expires on May 22nd.
notice letter.
He needs the microphone.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think
So-
about end of March, beginning of April? I think we're talking about maybe
Right.
potentially.
Let him speak. He's been sitting here
Right.
just waiting for his turn.
And it's really important to note in response to your question that we need a quorum to show up at that special.
Please show up
town meeting.
at the town
to vote
meeting.
for this. To vote for the acquisition of real estate as well as to the, amount, the cost for it. So that's what we would need. We would need voters to show up at that meeting. So is it 100?
150.
150 voters for a quorum, and there's only 5 of us, 6 if you count the TA. So we don't cut it. So
Bring friends.
that are voters. Yes. Ma'am, please.
My name is Rosemarie Vitale. I live at 11 Concord Street. I've been there over 52 years. Like Camille Welch, if you live on Concord Street, you don't want to see commercial come in. We've put up with it all these years. I don't get a decent night's sleep because all I hear is trucks all night. You can go by my house any time of the night, you'll see my bedroom light on because the master bedrooms are all in the front of the house. And all you hear is bump, 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 and all these trucks going by. I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. The street doesn't get fixed. My husband's out there, Camille's husband's out there. We try to keep our properties looking nice, all we get is junk thrown in from the stores, trucks going by, and nothing stops. And you want to put more commercial in? You have to be out of your mind. Come and live in Concord Street. I haven't had a decent night's sleep. My doctor wonders why. I says, come and live in Concord Street in North Reading. You'll see why. All we have is trucks. They're not even stopped to say, put a good time limit on it. No trucking after 11 o'clock until maybe 6 in the morning. Let us get a decent night's sleep. I haven't had a decent night's sleep in years. I'm tired. And I wish the town would do something about it. I really do wish they would. I love this town. It gave my kids a good opportunity. They got a very good education. And I want to see it do the best it can. But please help us on Concord Street. We need the help. We've put up with it all these years. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prisco.
Michael Prisco, 12 Bishop's Way. I'm here as the representative of the EDC. We did not make a recommendation on this parcel because we really wanted to hear from the board first what your thoughts were. And there's been a lot of discussion. It's been great that you've given the public an opportunity to speak, but I would really like to hear from the board because I'm getting the impression the majority of the people that have spoken tonight would like you to buy this. And I even got the sense that the majority of the board wants to buy this. But I also get the sentiment over here that people want you to buy it and do nothing with it. And I think that's a false sense of security that may be being presented tonight. And as an EDC member, I'd like to now hear for each one of you what your thoughts are, what you're going to do with this, because my recommendation is learn from the past, know what you're going to do with this property, be honest with the community, be clear with the community on what you're going to do with it, because I can tell you right now, my sense sitting out here is that you're buying this and you're not going to do anything with it, or at least that's the majority of the folks sitting here would like you to do.
Thank you.
So if the members, as I indicated, we have not made a determination, though we are 5 members with 5 different opinions with regard to how, what this parcel could be used for or look like. For purposes of this evening, though, we have a majority that believes it should be acquired. And I don't know if the members want, I know what I thought would be a great use for the parcel, but I don't.
I would like to just continue hearing from the public first, and then I'd be happy to opine at the end, see if there's other people who wish to.
Mr. Schultz?
I have no trouble speaking what I feel about the property. I think a couple of things. I think one, I think it was Mr. Carucci stated, I think we're gonna need a small location for a sewer pumping station. And I think that would be a small piece of the property. And it's not something that's gonna create traffic or anything. Because I think, I hear, and I agree, I live on the corner of Central and Chestnut, and there's so many trucks that go by my house to be at Moynihan's at 5 in the morning. I don't think it's nearly as bad as Concord Street, but it's bad. We don't keep the windows open on a summer night because of it. And I'm sure that folks on Concord Street have the same problem. Again, I don't think it's to the level there, but believe me, we have a lot. I've had trucks with Jake brakes with the going in front of my house at 4 in the morning. I had to go out and say, could you please move? My kids are sleeping. So I hear you loud and clear. I also think this delves into a little bigger issue as far as when we talk about the sewer component of Concord Street. I'm a strong proponent of sewage in the commercial areas because Concord Street, I think once you run a sewer line through there, I think over the course of a number of years, those trucking companies are gonna be gone. Because that land's gonna be so much more valuable to build real things on there that aren't gonna involve just trucking. I think if you look at 28 in North Reading, and you look at Concord Street, and then you look at 28 in Andover, and 28 in Reading, I always make the Sesame Street analogy. Which of these things is not like the other? There's a reason why our 28 looks the way it looks, and our Concord Street looks the way it looks, with basically trucking and industrial, because you can only do things there that don't involve a large wastewater capacity. And you're always gonna have that situation until you bring a sewer through this. That's the one thing. As far as what I would do with the property, I think Peabody Court is an embarrassment to our town. For a town with our affluence and our money and our capacity, we can do better for our seniors. I would personally like to see some type of senior housing there. I think that would be appropriate for that site. I also think, and it was one of the ladies, I think it was somebody over here that said earlier, and I agree, that just because we bought the Eisenhower property and the Smith property didn't work out means we should just avoid this one. I think it was you that mentioned that. Was a very good point, because I think we can't make the same mistakes. I'm a proponent of having an engineer go through there and tell us what these wetlands are, so we're not buying Smith 2.0. But I could see like some low density senior housing in there. You know, I don't think commercial is the answer for that property. I don't think I would leave it empty forever, but I don't think I would rush to do anything with it. I mean, maybe we have a town need arise 5-10 years from now. I think when you have a wastewater solution or a sewer that goes by there, there's so many more things you can do with that property that you couldn't do before then. And it's gonna alleviate a lot of the questions you have as far as septic and things on neighboring abutting properties. But I really think senior housing is something that really needs to be done somewhere in town. To me, it's one of the number one priorities we have. I think that could be a location for some of it. It's my personal opinion.
Mrs. Gonzalez? Mrs. Gonzalez?
I am 100,000% senior housing. I sit on the Housing Authority Board. If anybody's gone to Peabody Court, if you've gone in those apartments, I mean, we do deserve better. The seniors deserve better. And I think it'd be a perfect spot to put some senior housing. And then from there, I mean, I'd love to see some kind of, I'm just dreaming, maybe some kind of a farming for the schools. I don't know how that works, but that they could grow their own food, use it in the schools. I mean, something like that, just dreaming. I just think it would be a great thing. But definitely senior housing would be first on my list.
And that, just from my perspective, I am 1,000% in favor of acquisition of this parcel for open space, passive recreation space, and potentially something like another Ipswich River Park. I understand the value of acquisition of all three parcels for potential sale in the future. However, at the present time, I think we have specific strategic plans involving creation of elderly housing and also acquisition of additional open space. And I think there might be something that could be a mixture of the two, like Mrs. Gonzalez said, where we potentially could put senior housing there, as well as a community garden, as well as a community farm. Not marijuana, I don't necessarily, I'm not.
Although
I'm
that
not
might help
there
you
yet.
sleep.
I'm not there yet, and that, you're right, it would require a zoning change, but But I definitely think it's already a farm like you raised. You said that it's already a farm, so we know that has a use as a farm. And we know that, I believe that conservation, preservation doesn't have a value. It has an inestimable value. So that might not be in line with EDC's plan, but that's what I would see it at being for. But, and I know Mr. O'Leary is going to reserve comment till the end. Please, sir.
Thank you. My name's Dennis O'Brien. I live about 6 houses down from Concord Street, headed towards 28. I've watched the back of my property since the late 60s when I moved in there get wetter and wetter and wetter, primarily thanks to the development on the other side of the Ipswich River in Reading. This has been responsible for a lot of the water levels rising, I think. I was just kind of listening to the whole thing and everybody's thoughts, but what Mr. Schultz just mentioned really got my attention. A sewage place, I'm downstream. No, thank you.
It's not on the river, it would be up by the road. It would be a pumping station to pump it. What, the sewer
It'll
option
be,
that we have right now.
it'll be next to the river, right?
No.
No?
The option that we have for sewer right now is through the Greater Lawrence Sewer District. So picture a pipe running down, starting at the town line over by Teradyne, coming down Concord Street, going up Main Street, going through Andover, and then out through the Greater Lawrence Sewer District. We never had that opportunity before. It's all gonna be this is all gonna be on the street and sanitary. There's nothing's going in the river. It's all going out into the Greater Lawrence Sewer District, which will end up in the Merrimack.
How close will it be to the river?
It's gonna be on Concord Street. The pipes are
Where
gonna
on
run along
Concord
the street.
The river goes under Concord Street at one point.
I'm talking about this property right here. It's gonna be nowhere near the river. Yeah, it's gonna be all encapsulated in pipes. It's not like it's gonna be anything going out into the river. Yeah.
Mr. Gilberto, I think he's figured out the mapping key and he's ready to impart his.
Thank you.
Knowledge.
We have a relatively new GIS, a graphic information system, so we're trying to make sure we get the legends correctly. So if you're looking at this map, the kind of olive color, brownish color that goes up through the property, that is the wetland, designated wetland area. If you look at the orange shading, that reflects the 500-year flood line. So it's a large flood area. And then a more narrower, the blue portion of it represents a 100-year flood line. So that just gives you an idea of the frequency. So that obviously the closer to the river you are on the south there, the more likely you are to have an instance of flooding, and as you move away, it's less and less.
So from a development standpoint, the 500-year flood plain is developable.
Mm-hmm. With some
With
controls or
with some
restrictions.
controls, but it truly is developable, so.
Yeah. Is there anyone else that has not yet had the chance to speak that would like to speak? Mrs. C. Even though we all know you, just grab the microphone and tell us who you are.
Hello, everyone. Loretta Capizzuto, 12 Duane Drive. I would just like to say I am in favor of the town purchasing the property. I'm also very sad to see this farm go. I'm a newcomer in town. I've been here 29 years. Where am I going to get my turkey for Thanksgiving? And where am I going to get my eggs? So kudos to the Magliosi family for 4 generations of providing this wonderful service to this town. It is what made this town what it is. So I just wanted to say, you know, I'm very sad that this has come to be. It really is. It's emotional. But again, I want to give regards to Paul and his family, his children, and hope the best for them and hope for the best for the town, and we'll see what happens. Let's purchase this property and then decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that has not had a chance to speak that wants to come forward? Do you want to come forward? You keep raising your hand. Come on forward. Come on. Welcome. You want to?
I live 416 Park Street, and my name is Teresa Hornby. I think this space would be perfect for a dog park.
A great idea. Thank you.
And who was that on your shirt? Your dog.
How cute. Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay. I don't know if you're, I know you're here. Why don't you come? That'd be great if you could come forward. And you can we know you again if you want to identify
Thank you.
yourself.
Jim Dimitri, 452 Park Street, and I've lived in town 50 years. I'm just going to talk just real briefly. As you know, I'm the real estate broker in this party. And the Magliozzi's have been in town here for many years. I went to school with both Magliozzi's. And I just want to note, to Laurie's point, that the Magliozzi farm remain open for a number of years. Although the farm will be closed, the farm stand will be open. It's open now. You can still buy turkeys and chickens and other goods. They don't have their flock anymore. They've sold their flock off, but they're buying and selling. So good news to the town. All right. And whatever decision you decide here, you know, the Magliozzi's appreciate that and everyone's comments and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to make any comments? Okay.
I'm just curious if there's, if the would-be buyer wants to make a comment as to what the plans and proposals are, or so the public would have an idea, maybe tonight, as opposed to at a special town meeting. You know, people are going to want to know, you know, what's being proposed.
My name is Sergio Coviello. I live 55 Spruce Road in North Reading. I've been in this town for 39 years. I run a electrical business. The office and the shop right now is at 55 Concord Street, and I was hoping to purchase this piece of property so I could put another building there so I can move my operation to that location. That was my intention of this piece of property. As far as other comments, I don't think I have anything at this time to add to what I have.
Thank you.
I have an electrical business. It's called Coviello Electric. It's in 55 Concord Street. Right now, we're at 55 Concord Street.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Coviello. I just want to ask while the members of the, oh, is there anyone else? I'm sorry, sir, please.
Well, bringing that mic back up so we can hear. Mic is down.
I'm Kevin Edmonds, 351 Haverhill Street. I board horses over at the abutting property right here at 402 Park Street. When Mr. Coviello said, I think a single building in there wouldn't impact the town very much. It would bring in revenue for the town, and that intersection is awful. I don't know if anybody's driven a horse trailer. Trying to pull a horse trailer out of that intersection with that many people running that stop sign. If we do anything else with there, if the town wants to put any sort of public place in there, excuse me, I'm a little nervous. It's just going to increase the traffic in the area. And for us, at least, trying to get through there safely with our animals is very, very difficult. And putting in a single building, how many trucks do you have, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
Approximately
20 trucks. Are they trucks or are they vans?
They're bucket trucks.
They're bucket trucks, okay. Okay. It's understandable. It's a single company, and that's just my 2 cents. I'm also in favor if the town wants to buy it, but leave it alone or give us the input of telling you what we want to do with it. And yeah, that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I was waiting for Rita.
Hi, Miss Mullins.
Rita Mullen, 29 Abbott Road. I swear I wasn't going to talk tonight.
I knew that
Push
could
it up,
happen.
push it.
Can I tell you where all the money was on, though? We were going to hear from you.
I just wanted you to understand, land utilization is CPC and conservation. going to make a presentation at some point to the selectmen anyway. It's part of our charge. So that's something that we would do. It would never just happen here because everybody says they want it or not. The idea, if the town wants to land bank it, to give everybody time to do it. But whatever they do is going to come back to everybody. But I wanted to just say something about, I've been in the building business for a long, long time. And as much as, my heart might want to say, I want to see open space and all those kind of things there, I have to say you could not have ever got a better person that's going to do building. If it was Mr. Coviello, like you have Mark Hall, there are an awful lot of darn good builders in town. And when they come to the town, they're going to look at it and they're going to decide what goes there, and you have the opportunity to do it. So I definitely never want Mr. Coviello or anybody to leave here thinking that we don't appreciate the business, because these are the people that have done everything for us and volunteered for the past 30 or 40 years doing things for the town. And the same thing, what Mrs. Capizzi said about the Magliozzi farm, that they were people that donated their time, their money to the town, and hopefully after the different committees studying what should go there, the Magliozzi family will see that the town will be a very, very good steward there and put something in there that they will be proud of, like we were proud of them. So I appreciate the building, and it's hard to speak against not putting the building in. There are builders that in town that are wonderful, but I believe the committees that are studying it will come up with something and come back to everybody to decide what's going to go in there and make a suggestion. And you'll have a chance, just like you did at Ipswich River Park, to come in and vote, because there'll be a presentation to say what happened at Ipswich River Park and what we want to do, whether it's that or some water treatment plant or anything else. Everybody will be notified and come back. Nothing's going to sneak past you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your time, volunteers.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else want to speak? Okay. Right, and just to echo those comments, even though we're telling you what we think here, we have not made a decision on that. There's master planning process going on. There was a survey recently. There were a lot of ideas about what to do with town-owned parcels, and this is just an opportunity that has presented itself because of the specific use as a farm and our right under the statute to be able to acquire it. So, as Ms. Mellon said, we haven't made a decision on what to use it for. We just need a public input on whether or not to move forward with this process. And so while everybody's here, I just wanted to ask Attorney Eichman, who has, been here to hear everything, to just do a quick and a brief recitation of the next steps, if you would. Next steps in the process for moving forward. If we're all concluded with Mr. Gilbert, close that portion of the hearing? Just in case people might have more questions.
Mrs. Brown has another comment.
Can I ask one question? I know that the main house and the sheds where the turkeys were stored, the other house there, that's a two-family, I think there's only 2 pieces of property on Concord Street. Will those be included? And if not, how much more does the town have to pay to acquire those?
So for purposes of today's hearing, the public hearing was with regard to the turkey farm, to acquisition of just the farm with the 3 sheds, I think, for lack of a better word.
So it's none of the housing?
No. The 2 lots in front, when we initially opened the hearing, we explained that Mr. Coviello's arrangement is to acquire all 3 parcels. And Mr. Coviello's arrangement was to acquire all 3 parcels, contingent on acquiring the turkey parcel. However, under the statute, it has to be offered to us first. There may be the potential for the town to acquire the 2 residential parcels as well. But as far as this evening, we were looking for the town input on moving forward on the turkey parcel. But it does, the consensus of the board is if those other 2 parcels do become available, the consensus of the board is that we would actively consider moving forward, owing to the uniqueness of those parcels adjacent to this parcel And you can see those are, if you look up to the north, the northeast corners of those two parcels, I think that's the two-family that you just mentioned, and that's the single-family that Mr. Magliozzi lives at. So owing to the uniqueness of their, I guess, proximity to the turkey farm, and it actually kind of squares off the lot and clearly makes more available buildable space with the acquisition of those, that is something that we would want to consider and potential acquisition of. So,
Because I think too, with the way that it is, wouldn't you'd have to have a right-of-way in there. No matter what was put there, you'd have to have an entrance and an egress.
You do, there's 119 feet of frontage on Concord Street, right where the cursor is right now.
Yes.
So you could access that parcel right through there if you wanted to.
and so, Mr.
Closest to Bobcat of Boston.
So I think when Mr. Gilberto originally presented this, the Turkey Farm parcel is currently for sale for $1.1 million. To acquire all three parcels would be approximately $2 million.
Correct. There's a purchase and sale agreement for $1.1 million for the 14-acre parcel that's highlighted in blue.
The Turkey Farm
The
parcel.
Turkey Farm, which consists of the frontage on Concord Street and these three farm buildings. There are two separate purchase and sale agreements to which we do not have the right of first refusal for $450,000 each for the two-family home and the large barn right behind it and the farmhouse with the farm stand.
Thank you.
And with the 3-year proviso.
Thank you.
Correct. Our understanding from the documentation that's been provided is that the agreement between Mr. Coviello and Mr. Magliozzi is that the Magliozzi family would be able to stay in the farm home for a period of time.
So, so to answer, we don't have the right to acquire those, nor do we have, we don't have any, we have not made any negotiation to acquire those. What we do have the right to acquire, that's tonight's public hearing, is that parcel. And if that's the consensus of the board to move forward, then perhaps we may be able to negotiate a transaction for that acquisition, but that too would go before the town for approval at town meeting, both in terms of the acquisition of the parcels, but in terms of the cost for the parcels, and that too would require the quorum of voters at town meeting in order to acquire those together with this. So, Mr. Does that answer your question? I just want to.
Just as long as it's not landlocked and you have the entrance and the egress, so we don't end up with another 18-acre that you can't utilize.
So this, again, this alone, the turkey farm alone, that has sufficient.
Where the garden is between the two houses.
Right in that.
No.
In the northwesterly corner there is over 100 and, I think it's over 113.
They need 50 feet of frontage
For a road.
to access it for a road,
Yeah.
to do anything, and 113 feet is what's actually there. So there's plenty of frontage there.
Okay.
And
Thank
the
you, that does
site
it.
view is not too bad.
So some
Thank you.
and some of the input we have received that was mentioned in the beginning was a recommendation from some of the boards to acquire all three if they're available. So that'd be something that we'd have to have the town administrator and our, our liaison go back and attempt to negotiate with.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Kate?
Sorry.
Before we close, did you two guys want to, I know you didn't have a chance to chime in yet.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak, and then Steve can finish up. So I used to be on the Economic Development Committee. A few years ago was the Economic Development Committee that brought forward the Pulte property sale. That produced for us $20 million, which are proceeds, which sits as a wonderful gift to the town. And so, for some reason, I feel a little bit of ownership of that $20 million. Meanwhile, I'm aware that there's a lot of planning that's been going on in the town. We have and this is all, a lot of the planning is to consider our future needs, but also to consider our future demographic changes. Our town is getting older. We're at 25% currently of people that are 60 or over. We're going to be 40% in about 10 to 15 years, and we've done very little to prepare for that impact. We have seniors that are overhoused in their homes, and we haven't provided affordable housing for them, which is a real issue. So there are studies that are going on right now. There's a facilities master plan, which Mr. Kelleher is part of, Mr. Gonzalez is, and all of the town structures are being looked at as what is our future needs and what do we have to spend to make that happen? What are our priorities? So that's one type of study that's going on. The other type of study, of course, we've heard about is the sewage, which is, Mr. O'Leary's been on. There's been a number of people that have been involved with that. That's been a long standing issue for the town, something we want to see happen. It's $100 million. It's at least 10 years out, and we haven't seen the return on investment on that, what that's going to look like. So that's a question mark. But it's something I think intuitive we all want to see happen, but how that happens is a question mark. And then we have the CPC, who has been studying for the last number of years with a lot of community input about how do you bring this all together? How do you bring in economic development? How do you take care of the seniors? How do you create a space for adults to play that we currently don't have to play? And so there is a study going on currently to study the 6228 area, which is known as the Ocean Lot area, to consider that for bringing in affordable senior housing, bringing in some restaurants and places where adults can play, and to make that a living space for us, because that's what the town has told us over the last few years. So when we look at buying this property, I'm going to be the one who's going to be saying I don't think we should be doing that, not because I don't think it's a great idea, not because I wouldn't love to be in control of our destiny, but you can't take $2 million out of $20 million and not compromise somewhere else on these other plans that are going on. We have to be looking at the big picture, long range. And it's unfortunate that it's come up now. It's unfortunate that we're under a time gun. But if we carve away 10% of that $20 million, we're taking away some other options that further on down the line, if we had all that information in front of us, we might be rethinking about. And then someone might say, well then, okay, if that happens, then why don't we just turn around and sell the property? Then we're all going to be back here talking again about what we do with that property. And we're going to have the same uncomfortable discussion. Is it going to be commercial? Is it going to be private? How's that going to be handled? So for that reason, I just really believe in plans. You should stick to the plan and not be diverted or sidetracked. I believe that it should continue on with the sale that it's intended to be. The intent of switching it to a commercial property would have to go to town. I assume, based on this feedback, the town would not allow that to happen. It would not be rezoned. It would remain residential, so it would remain a buffer. And meanwhile, we preserve the $20 million we're going to need to really get ourselves into the future and take care of many of our residents in one shot. I'm sorry I have to be the one to say that, but I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallner. Mr. O'Leary, you want to comment now, or do you want to
Sure.
wait till the, okay. Mr. O'Leary.
I don't know what we're going to do with it. I have no idea. This is an opportunity that's been put before us, and we have a 120-day timeline to respond to it. It's just a question of whether or not, this board and the community as a whole, because town meeting will have to decide, do we want to avail ourselves of this opportunity? We know what currently under agreement and what the proposal is. And it's currently zoned for, residential property, and by right, they can get 7 house lots in there. 7 single-family homes, doesn't add an awful lot to traffic, but it adds to the school system. It impacts the environment right along the river there. And, is that what we see as the highest and best use for this particular parcel of land? It's heartening to know that the would-be buyer is Mr. Coviello, because he's extremely reputable, a longtime resident of the community, extremely sensitive to the neighbors and what the town would like to see or may like to see, and we don't always have that opportunity to deal with a friendly individual who would be willing to listen and work with the community to put something in there that would have the least amount of impact. on the area. So, so if the town decides not to buy it, if we decide to move forward, I'm less concerned because I know who the parties are, whereas, what should we do? And I hear everything Mr. Wallner says, and I like to have some plans and try and stick to the plans too, but every once in a while, there is an opportunity that's presented to the town, and because of the way that it's been taxed, we have a chance to control our own destiny as to what is going to happen on this parcel. And I look at this parcel as a key linchpin to Concord Street. What's going to happen on that intersection. And it's just for those of you that live there and are concerned, and you've probably heard it before, but it's actually true. We're actually studying that intersection along with others for potential light situation, some traffic signalization, which would certainly enhance the flow of traffic there and slow things down and make it a lot safer. So that's on the boards right now. In relation to the need for this parcel for sewerage and a pumping station, the current plans and the layout that we have through our design engineers doesn't require us to have this parcel for that. We're going to need other parcels on 28, one parcel, maybe two parcels on Route 28 for pumping station, not necessarily on Concord Street at this particular location. Of course, they haven't looked at it because we didn't own it, but the locations that we need, we don't own either. So the current plans do not call for a need for a pumping station at this particular location at this time. But to me, it's, you've got, and I happen to be looking at all three parcels, not just this one, and I know this is the one that we're talking about tonight. But if we're going to, jump into this thing and take the 14 acres, it makes imminent sense to have 500 feet of frontage with these other two parcels and have control of what's going to happen here. I don't see us doing anything with this in the short term at all. Again, whether it remains open space or whether we put out requests for proposals to see what the market will bear and see what it can produce for us as far as proposals for us to react to. All I know is that when the town owns it and we put out requests for proposals, we can accept or reject what goes there. And if it requires rezoning, we have to go to town meeting and get it approved. I don't see anybody sitting here right now saying, we want 7 house lots in here and keep the 2 homes. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So, because of the short timeline and because of the opportunity we have, I think this is a situation where the town can't lose money on it, if you're looking to make money on it. It's a situation where the town can determine what's going to happen on this parcel, whereas if we allow it to remain in private ownership, all we can do is react to proposals, and we can work through the permitting process to determine, how we can safeguard certain environmental issues there. But if we own it, we can determine who's going to build on it or who's not going to build on it. And again, if it's going to be senior housing and multifamily housing, it's going to require a town meeting vote and a town meeting change. So the electorate, the general public, will make a final determination as a body as to what's going to happen here. And once again, we don't have that many opportunities, and I've been sitting here a long time, where we can make a determination as to what can happen in a key parcel, which is a linchpin to our community. So I tend to be in favor of proposing to support the acquisition of this, along with the other 2 parcels, because I think it's key, and there's some uniqueness to those 2 parcels as far as what we can do here. And again, if town meeting decides no, I'm okay with it too, and I'm better with it now because I know who is going to develop it and who will work with us. But to me, I think it's just an opportunity we should avail ourselves of and take advantage of. And again, I have no idea what we're going to do with it, and I'm not worried about it. And I'm not concerned about taking $2 million of $20 million and tying that up right now to give us an opportunity to think about it and really think it through, have it work into our master plan. And if it's for open space, or if it's for a community garden, or if it's for senior housing, so be it. Town's going to be here a long time after we've come and gone. But at least we have an opportunity to, get hold of a piece of parcel and do something with it. Thank
you. Seniors could never pull out in that 115, 118 foot entryway. Never get out of there with their lives.
Okay.
There's rules about that.
All right.
Because everybody's rushing to get through there and hit the straightaway and take off. There's a curve there and there's a hill. Guess what's right on top of the hill? 118-foot entryway.
That's
I have trouble getting out to go home to my wife. Down the street, and that's straight.
a
lot of rules about that.
Yeah, but Mr. Arsenault,
Can't imagine seniors coming out right there.
But-
They have to go traffic light.
Yeah, but Mr. Arsenault, you're absolutely right. I mean, the situation is bad as it sits right now, and I don't see that this is necessarily going to enhance or make it any better. However, we have an opportunity to address those situations, determine what the best use is, and how we're going to do it. So if it's senior housing, that'll have to be addressed. There'll be signalization, no doubt about it. But, that's down the road, so, and again, if the town determines that we want to use it for commercial purposes and zone it appropriately, we can do that. Town meeting can zone it for commercial purposes, just like your property is right now, which directly abuts. But the town will have control through the request for proposals as to what's actually going to go in there, rather than reacting to someone else who owns it putting a proposal forward, and that's key to me. And we can determine what happens there.
Just for the edification of the public, I did ask if Attorney Eichman can just run through the process, and just again to reiterate that this will be moving forward. We'll be moving forward to next steps, and once the special meeting is posted, we're going to need voters to come to special meeting and vote, special town meeting and vote. Attorney Eichman.
Yes, Madam Chairman, through you. Can everyone hear me? I don't know if this mic is on. I don't think it is. I think somebody turned it off.
There's a button right on the top.
Right here. How's this? Oh, much better.
Now you can hear yourself.
Beautiful. I went to school to learn how to turn that on. So the process is fairly simple. I think it's been described in pieces. The town administrator mentioned it before. Mr. Coviello and Mr. Magliozzi have reached a written agreement to Mr. Magliozzi to sell the property to Mr. Coviello because the property is classified for tax purposes as agricultural land. They must submit that agreement to the town and give the town an option to purchase the land. That option can be exercised by a vote of the Board of Selectmen. That's a majority vote. The town has 120 days from the date that agreement is submitted to the town, in which the selectmen are required to make a decision on whether they want to exercise that option. It was submitted to the town on January 23rd. I calculate 120 days to be May 22nd. The town also, to purchase the property, in addition to the selectmen voting to exercise that option, town meeting must authorize the purchase of the property and must appropriate the money for the purchase of the property. That requires a town meeting vote. If the town is, as you heard discussed, if the town is going to first seek the approval of town meeting so that the selectmen will know that town meeting wants to purchase it, they have to do that before May 22nd. That requires a special town meeting because the annual town meeting is after that date. So those are the two steps that have to be done. If those two steps are accomplished, the town, once it sends the notice it wants to exercise the option, will then send Mr. Magliozzi a purchase and sale agreement that will be substantially like the one they have received. They have to purchase it on essentially those terms. And the town will then have 90 days once that agreement is sent and the parties agree, which should be fairly straightforward, to purchase the property. Thank you.
Any other comments, any other questions? Sir.
If the vote goes to the town meeting, does it require a simple majority vote to pass?
The question is, if the vote goes to town meeting, does it require a simple majority to pass? And the answer is no. Requires
It requires a 2/3 vote at town meeting because you will be appropriating money to purchase real estate.
And there has to be a quorum.
correct. Yeah. That's it, at least 150. That is 150, the quorum. 150 voters. Okay.
Who would I give my name and number to? I'm not getting any notice from the town. I haven't received anything on this property. I abut
Okay. We'll take your, okay, Mr. Gilberto.
We could take your.
My wife was here like a week, 2 weeks ago, and she gave her name, but,
We'll take your information.
And do you have access to the city website too?
yes.
Because if you check there too, the public hearing notices are also posted on our website too. But make.
I'd like to get it in the mail.
Sure, sure. Okay, are there any other comments, questions? Mr. Gilberto?
I know it's come up during the course of the conversation, but just so that everybody knows, we will be pursuing some review of the property in the form, presuming we can obtain access of a environmental review, as well as an engineering review of the property, including the wetlands. So that's something I'll be consulting with the Finance Committee on, and then ultimately hope to enter into a contract on in the next week or so. So, thank you.
Thank you. And we'll hope to have that by the special town meeting.
That is our goal, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? So we'll close the public hearing at this point. Thank you, everybody, for providing your input and comment. And any of the members have any other comment on it? All right.
They can stay.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
The address is there.
Myself, I mean, we all are.
You can't really say.
We've had that conversation. Right, oh, absolutely not, right.
No, let me cut you off right now. Here's the problem we have.
We can.
Gotta get stuff.
I said, you were better.
It's funny, I don't know why. It's on there.
Peace.
Thank you.
Town has to commit to it. Town has to commit to the project. It has to have revenue. It's the reality of it. I represent a ton of seniors, am I correct? I agree with you. Seniors.
We all agree with you.
I agree with you.
There's,
I have to call the meeting back to order.
absolutely. Sherry and Mary,
It's the revenue issue.
I know. I absolutely agree with you. Talk to Mr. O'Leary. His name's on it.
Honestly, but there's a.
All right.
This man is 30 years ago. You gotta fix the problem.
We have another comment here.
Because you gotta fix the problem. I don't doubt you, I just don't know.
They need
And you gotta have the revenue source to pay for it. I agree with everything you said. The town's gonna make it a priority.
For this.
I think this.
Someone's looking for the email address.
That's never ending. All right, are we good?
I'm sure we get very nice to meet you though.
Yeah, thank you. Good to meet you. Thank you
Was this
for
you were
showing
talking
up.
something shadow around?
Oh,
Was
that's
that
right.
it?
All right.
Yeah, but I'm missing the
definitely.
captains.
Something hit me in the stomach when you
Oh,
were
there it
talking.
is. Oh, I didn't
You got it? Sorry. Shrapnel.
Sorry.
I didn't realize that until they did it. Yeah.
No, my contract. Oh, your contract. Yes. No, I would not.
That's where they found the rest of
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Look forward to hearing you.
It's not a good idea.
And I'm at
I was a senior in high school years ago.
There is an actual underground brook that comes right by my building on the side. And I brought you so the nation
Drainage swale, yeah. Probably whoever permitted it should know that. Yeah. And enforce that condition, really.
Hey, Kate, it's almost 10 o'clock.
All right. We gotta call the meeting back to order. We're gonna call the meeting back to order because we have another public notice of public hearing. The select board shall be considering for sale the following parcels of town-owned land on Monday, February 10th, 2020 at 9:40 p.m. in room 14 of the Town Hall, 235 North Street, North Reading, Mass. Any parties interested in the potential sale and subsequent private ownership of this parcel should plan on attending. Map and parcel ID number 8, map 8, parcel 193, 5 Audubon Road, map 8, parcel 194, 89 Burrows Road, map 8, parcel 195, 91 Burrows Road, map 8, parcel 209, 8 Audubon Road, map 8, parcel 144, a portion thereof, 86 Burrows Road, map 9, parcel 54, 55 Old Andover Road, map 9, parcel 57, 57 Old Andover Road, map 9, parcel 58, 1 Bear Road, map 78, parcel 17, 23 Riverside Drive, map 8, parcel 224, 13 Edgewood Terrace, map 42, parcel 64, 19 Bliss Road, map 3, parcel 23, 1 Extension Redmond Ave, map 37, parcel 10, 0 Cedar Street. Mr. Gilberto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, to clarify, we issued a public notice in the newspaper, I think 2 weeks ago at this point, with regard to the board's consideration. It's not a public hearing, although the board customarily will hear from interested parties with regard to proposed auction of property. All of the properties that we're talking about are under the control of the select board by virtue of their capacity as tax title custodian. So these properties are all eligible to be sold at auction with conditions. So with that, after some feedback from this board almost 1 year ago and a couple of intermediate discussions with the board, as well as some discussions internally here in the town hall, we have come up with what we believe are the appropriate motions to reflect the will of the board and try to capture the desire of the petitioners who have stepped forward. There is a separate file in the meeting packet with the motions for these properties. There is one property for which we're going to recommend the discussion be continued because the applicant was unable to be here and sent us a communication requesting the continuance, and I'll identify that when I get to it.
Okay.
So I want to thank Steve Lutterman, our GIS coordinator, for putting together some maps, which we hope will be helpful in terms of what we're looking what we're looking at for each property. So I'm going to start with the first two, 5 Audubon Road and 89 Burrows Road. Those are two properties which I believe we were approached by an abutter, Mr. Nicosia, interested in acquiring them. He actually approached us to acquire this sliver here, and I believe the board's response was to actually auction both this sliver and in a smaller triangular piece that fronts on Burrows Road, to sell those two together. In terms of the way we've drafted this motion, our understanding is Mr. Nicosia is the only interested party with regard to this parcel. There is joint interest in another parcel, which we'll get to in just a moment. The minimum bid that's been recommended by our tax title attorney, Mr. Attorney Capola, would be $1,750. So that reflects approximately $1,400 in legal fees for the multiple parcels, 2 parcels involved, and then about $350 for the advertising and recording fees as well. So we've prepared a motion with the recommended restrictions that would prohibit the use of the property as a separate building lot, would prohibit the construction of an accessory structure such as a garage or a shed unless the parcel is combined with an adjoining parcel that contains a primary structure. And I believe that was the board's intent going back to its conversation, to allow him, subject to zoning, subject to the building inspector's review, to construct such a property, such a structure. And then we've also restricted that this property would not be able to be subdivided and that it would not be used to satisfy minimum zoning or health code requirements for the construction of or use of any additional dwelling unit on the parcel or on an adjoining parcel.
So we have, before we move to vote, I think we have a few questions,
Sure.
Mr. Schultz.
Did council give us that figure, minimum bid figure, recently?
Yes.
Okay, because the recording fees changed January 1.
So we reviewed that with them a couple times over the past week or so.
We got it, good, all right.
Mr. Schultz, did you have a comment, or did you?
O'Leary?
Oh, my
Sorry, trouble.
goodness, I'm sorry, Mr. O'Leary, did you have a comment? Mr. Gilberto, I have a question for you with respect to these restrictions, which I know that we've agreed to sell by auction previously with the restrictions in place. But how are those restrictions, are those recorded with a deed or incorporated into a deed of conveyance so that it's a permanent restriction that, you know, all the world knows of?
Yes, they are.
Okay. All right.
I will just note one more item from reviewing the board's policy with regard to the sale of these properties. If we're going to sell the property with a minimum price, or if we're going to entertain selling it for less than the assessed value, it needs to be a 4/5 vote of the board.
Okay. So.
That's mostly the case.
And
I'm
saying that because this reserve is this reserve amount, the minimum amount, is intended only to cover our costs
Right.
associated with the transaction. It does not reflect the value of the property. And that's my understanding from the board's previous discussions of the sale of these properties.
The assessed value of the property right now is 0 because we own it.
It has a value.
Okay, so what is the
but-
value then?
So in the case of the rectangular sliver, it's valued at $13,400, and the triangular figure parcel approximately $9,000.
But we can get you a deal on that.
No, we don't. Oh, so once it's acquired, I'm sorry, that's the assessed value of the land. Yes, I understand. Okay. So it would need four out of 5 of us to say yes to the sale, to the auction amount being $1,750.
Correct. Or less than
Okay.
the assessed value, yeah, whatever it is. We're gonna put a minimum price on it. People can bid what they want, but that's a minimum price. But if the bids come in lower than the assessed valuation, it has to be 4/5 to say, let's convey it anyway.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Just the property tax on that, will it be based on what they paid for it or the assessed value?
So there is an assessed value. I don't, what generally happens is these properties are combined with the abutting property. I don't know that it will be dollar for dollar and an increase in the value. It's probably unlikely to be that.
Okay.
So it'll just depend upon the calculation run by the assessor once the total acreage of the house lot is altered. Because what it will effectively do is create a larger house lot. That's what I'm assuming is gonna ultimately be the outcome.
Thank you.
Any other Mrs. Gonzalez?
So is the motion made, or do I need to read it all over again? 'Cause Michael just-
So we have prepared them, through you, Madam Chair, we've prepared the motions, and with the restrictions that we recommended, they are bolded
Right.
in the 5 that are there, but it should be read by a member of the board.
Okay. Okay, do I have any other questions? I thought we did this motion before, but I guess I missed,
There's a motion for each property now.
no, I thought we already.
We voted a number of these
Right,
previously. However, the motions don't reflect, so there were 2 problems. First, we hadn't, at the time we received the request, it was only for one of the 2 parcels. So we needed to advertise for the second parcel. So we've done that for tonight's hearing, in addition to the first parcel, and we're combining them into a single transaction.
Okay.
So these votes will they will
Coming back.
supersede a series of votes on single parcels that took place
Yes.
almost a year ago.
So, and I did notice in the packet, there was input with each and every one of these, and this was one that was recommended for sale.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, these both were recommended for sale. All right.
Correct.
I'm done with my questions. Anyone else have any questions? Mrs.
And
Gonzalez?
you do have a comment from the DPW director. We looked at the site with regard to whether or not it would be applicable for, for wastewater, should we construct a wastewater collection system in that area? And while it's possible that it could be, there are other town-owned parcels in the vicinity that could similarly serve that, so he was not concerned with us selling.
Okay.
Again, for the new members of the board, one of the concerns that we've had over the years is, particularly in the Martins Pond area, is retaining certain parcels depending upon if, sewage comes through or some other form thereof, we would need some sort of locations for pumping stations.
Right.
And we didn't want to give it up if we could foresee a use for it, so we've always asked the
Just to reiterate,
DPW to take a look at it.
For the public, there is no plans right now at all to put sewage in Martins Pond. I want to reiterate that.
And I'd sell it back.
Yeah.
At a profit.
Yeah, no problem.
No dead even.
You're probably not helping your cause right now, so. All right, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to sell by auction town-owned land designated as MAP 8, parcel 193, located at 5 Audubon Road, and MAP 8, parcel 194, located at 89 Burrows Road, in accordance with MGL Chapter 60, Section 77B, at a minimum bid price of $1,750, subject to the following restrictions. Parcel shall not be used in and of itself as a separate building lot, and the provisions of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 6, pursuant to its 9th paragraph, if applicable, are waived to prohibit the use of the parcel as a separate building lot. Accessory structures of any kind shall not be erected or maintained on the parcel unless the parcel is combined with an adjoining parcel containing a primary structure. The parcel shall not be used to satisfy minimum zoning or health code requirements for the construction or use of any additional dwelling unit on the parcel or on any adjoining parcel. And the property shall not be subdivided.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Unanimous.
We're almost there.
Gotta go to auction, right?
Correct.
Almost there.
Madam Chair, moving to the next 2 parcels located at 91 Burrows Road and 8 Audubon Road. So on the same map, this is 8 Audubon Road right here, and this is 91 Burrows Road, the smaller triangular piece. Again, we were approached by, probably almost a year ago, by Mr. Nicosia and Mr. Magazine, who both are here, with regard to their interest in this property. In the case of Mr. Nicosia, his interest, I think, because it's across a paper street from his home, and in the case of Mr. Magazine, it abuts a property that he has acquired here that's further down on Audubon Road. board's feedback was, well, if they're interested in this parcel, would they also be willing to purchase this parcel? So we've added that triangular parcel right there to this sale, and we have written a motion. What you will note with regard to this motion is that the prohibition on subdividing the parcel has been removed. And the reason for that is because our understanding is that Mr. Magaz and Mr. Nicosia intend to subdivide the parcel. The other restrictions, including the restriction for it to be used to create an additional building lot, and the prohibition on accessory structure construction unless it merged with another parcel, those remain.
This is a fairly sizable lot. Combined, those two lots have, over 71,000 square feet.
But the topography's like this.
It's a big pond.
More than 60%.
How many buildable lots are you trying to get in there?
No additional building lot. I have a buildable lot at the top.
Yep.
Okay.
196?
Yes,
All right.
196.
Why do we have, why do we take out, Michael, the can be subdivided?
Because our understanding was that both these gentlemen want to purchase it and later subdivide it.
And then move the lot
Oh.
line to make one the small lot
Oh, all right.
larger.
You each take a piece?
I can, because it's a big hill,
Yeah.
I can have the upper side of the hill, he can have the lower side of the hill.
Okay.
It's coming back to
We're
me
neighbors.
now.
So you're gonna share this, basically?
Yeah.
All right, that's correct.
You were here for that. Oh.
But we're not creating any more buildable lots.
Correct, no buildable lot.
Because it can't be, because it's a cliff, right? Is this the one that's a, yeah.
It's very steep and mostly wet, about 60% of it's wetlands.
Yeah, now I remember this.
Should we add in, it can't be a public sledding hill?
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
This
Yeah,
appears,
the cream color says it all.
so this is a wetland, and I know that's a lot, there's a lot going on in that picture there, sorry. So you can see that this is a low, appears to be a low wet area. This is the lot that Mr. Magazoo owns, and this is Mr. Nicosia's home right here. And this is, I'm assuming, the hill that everyone's
Yeah,
describing.
see those tight lines?
Yeah.
That's elevation.
A lot of them.
That's 2 and 10 foot.
Are you guys, did you have it surveyed yet, you guys? No.
Don't need it.
How are you gonna separate who's got what?
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Who will?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have, yeah, that's right. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to sell by auction town-owned land designated as map 8, parcel 195, located at 91 Burrows Road, and map 8, parcel 209, located at 8 Audubon Road, in accordance with MGL Chapter 60, Section 77B, at a minimum bid price of $1,750, subject to the following restrictions. Parcel shall not be used in and of itself as a separate building lot, and the provisions of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 6 pursuant to its 9th paragraph, if applicable, are waived to prohibit the use of the parcel as a separate building lot. Accessory structures of any kind shall not be erected or maintained on the parcel unless the parcel is combined with an adjoining parcel containing a primary structure. The parcel shall not be used to satisfy minimum zoning or health code requirements for the construction or use of any additional dwelling unit on the parcel or on any adjoining parcel.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Can I make one statement? There was, at our last meeting, we discussed possibly the septic requirement, not correct? Do you-
The septic requirement for?
Yeah, basically, it's Up there is all upland, so the land could give me an extra bedroom, septic wise. And you said health in that statement. This is,
So the prohibition would prevent the construction of an additional dwelling unit
right.
on the parcel or on an adjoining parcel?
Yeah, no,
Should not be
we're
used
not
to
looking, we're
satisfy
not looking,
minimum
not,
zoning or health code requirements.
the health code is a septic system.
So he's looking to build, if he acquires it, he's looking to expand his house to add another bedroom, but in order to do that, he needed more, obviously needed more square footage.
Right.
So the
This will
intent-
prohibit that.
The prohibition was to prevent the creation of an additional buildable lot.
Yeah,
Not an
right.
addition.
Not an
additional
addition on the
bedroom.
home.
I mean, we use the
No,
No, but
term.
what he's
Right.
saying is,
So that doesn't restrict.
It doesn't restrict that,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
Do you want to, Chris?
He needs to use the property that you're selling for a septic
Right.
system. Join your property and the new property together, and that, I believe that issue goes away.
If there's
Join
already
them
a,
together into one property.
I don't know, if you read number 4, I think it prohibits what you're trying to do.
Not if you, I thought if you join them
It
in
says,
one
or on an
property.
adjoining, it doesn't say that, though. It says if
You
you.
won't be adjoining
is-
it.
Use
It'll
of
be
any
one property.
additional dwelling unit on the parcel or on any adjoining parcel.
You're trying to, on an adjoining parcel, you're trying to add a bedroom.
Yes.
no,
No, he's trying to add a bedroom to his own home that's already existing there.
That's
Which
not
is
a-
an
There's no
adjoining
ex-
parcel.
There's no existing home
Yeah,
there.
Oh, there
that's
is.
what I'm saying,
No.
yeah.
It's
I-
a building
It's
lot.
a buildable lot.
It's
Oh, you
it's-
have your home.
It's a building lot, I'm paying $5,000 a
I
year
agree,
in
that's not
taxes
how it
on
reads,
it.
though.
You know?
Yeah.
There's no house on it.
this language is intended to prohibit the construction of a unit. I mean,
Okay.
I can't describe it any other way.
Right.
If there,
Okay.
if there
We-
isn't a
we
unit
had
on
this
it,
No, but if you can join it, it now becomes one parcel,
Right.
and it's,
That goes
whatever
away.
it supports.
Does CPC agree?
I know, that's a
I
CPC
haven't looked at
That's
question.
not how this
the whole
reads.
thing.
it's not the intention.
Yeah.
It's written to prevent the creation of a buildable lot.
Yeah, I did, I
But he
missed
Well,
already
it.
no, I'm
He already
paying, I'm
has a
paying,
buildable
I'm paying
lot.
for an existing buildable.
You already
buildable
have
lot.
a buildable lot.
I have a buildable lot presently.
It's
yes.
already a
Right.
buildable lot.
Right.
But this number 4 says
He
that
wants to
you
use it
can't
to
use
put an
it-
extra
You can't use
bedroom.
this land you're getting to,
To make
for a
it
health club
bigger.
requirement on an adjoining parcel. The one you already own is an adjoining parcel.
Yeah.
I don't think, I think this reads as that you can't add an extra bedroom.
Right.
I think it does
But
too.
you can,
Hold on, okay.
yeah,
Are we-
let's let Mr. Gilberto.
Is there a house on the lot we're talking about that you own right now?
No, but I'm paying taxes for a buildable lot.
Okay. Again, with the understanding that the board's intention is not to create additional housing units, this restriction would not allow you to build a dwelling unit on that property. Because if you need this property to put your septic system on it, you would not be able to do that. If the intention is to allow that, we certainly could do that,
I think
but
the
that's,
intention is to allow him to build a bigger septic system to have a third bedroom.
Correct.
You
But
can
he-
put a small septic system on the lot you already have.
That is correct.
He's trying to, I think this prohibits what he's trying to
That's,
do.
it does prohibit it.
Yeah.
That's right.
I have no problem removing that restriction.
I think that
That have to be a
significantly
whole new
changes the
motion?
value
No,
of
no,
the
no,
property.
well,
Yeah.
well, just take out 4.
No, I wouldn't, I mean,
You'll get more money if it's, has use, if not, you know, you have less.
So will you
bid-
though,
yeah.
you'll get more money.
Well, I plan
Yeah,
on living.
that's why you- yeah. I think we have a discussion on this. with
yeah,
town council.
then we
I know what you're
don't
trying to do,
Yeah,
but this
we-
doesn't let you do it.
We would,
Yeah.
I don't know if we could.
We did have this discussion at the previous meeting. That's why I'm here. That's why I've been paying taxes on it, you know?
Yeah. I just want to see you do,
No,
get something.
I don't, that, one has nothing to do with the other, though. That,
Yeah, well, you.
the acquisition of the first lot wasn't based on whether or not we were gonna sell you the second lot. So
No, no,
I don't,
no,
I don't
no.
agree with you saying that one has
Well,
to do with the other.
your taxes, since I bought the
But
lot,
you
went
can
from
build on that
$600
lot.
a year to almost $5,000 a year.
But you can actually build on that lot right now. You have a buildable lot
Correct.
without acquiring this
A
parcel.
two-bedroom.
So
Yes, for
whether or
two-bedroom,
not
yes.
you acquire this parcel doesn't have any effect on your current buildable lot. You can build on it now.
That's correct.
Okay,
I have a
so
buildable
what
lot.
we need to do then is put a pause on the vote, because it's not it's not gonna be what you want unless, I mean, we voted to auction it off, but it really only has a value
I was
to him.
I was up front at our last meeting almost a year ago. There was no ambiguity about it.
Well, I don't think we were ambiguous either, because this is a typical condition that's imposed all the time. So I think maybe we need to determine if the value that was placed on it, based on those terms and conditions, is still accurate.
Yeah, I believe so, because it's not going to, he's not going to be able to use it to create a dwelling unit on this abutting property, if that's the intention.
He's gonna be able to use it to create an extra bedroom on the
He
adjoining.
wants to make the septic bigger, correct?
Again,
No,
if we were enforcing
that's
this.
not correct, based on what we just voted.
No, that's what he wants. That's what he's saying
Yeah,
he
that's-
wants.
You wanna be able to build an extra bedroom, right?
Right. Yeah, I wanna go 3-bedroom instead of 2-bedroom.
Number 4 doesn't allow that.
It doesn't, but
Yeah.
I would encourage the board to consider or reconsider the value of the property if we're going to remove it.
I don't think we do that 10:06 at night, tonight.
No.
No. Again, I'm going off of the previous assumption, whether that's, previous actions of the board with regard to this. We're
Right.
certainly happy
Right.
to look at
Yeah,
adjusting that value, but
Revisit it.
yes. So but we've
We
moved
just
and
voted
we've
it.
approved that, so we'd have to recall that vote if that's what the board wants, or if the board wants to keep it being auctioned off with those
Do
conditions.
you want us to revisit
Yes.
this?
All right.
Absolutely. Yeah, it makes no sense for me to go
It's not your purpose that
forward.
you wanna do it, yeah.
I'd rather give the land back to the town and move forward.
I'd like to move to recall the vote. and just-
Reconsider?
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion to recall the vote. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Mrs. Gonzalez to recall the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. So we'll put
You
this
don't
back
wanna
to
buy it,
town
so you
council
wanna do
for
it.
an assessment of value based on the combining of that lot with the adjacent lot for the purposes of building a larger dwelling on the adjacent lot where there is no dwelling currently,
Or, I think, building a larger septic.
Larger septic system.
because it's a larger,
'Cause you're building an extra
it's gonna
bedroom.
be a 3-bedroom instead of a
Go
2-bedroom.
from 2 to
right.
3, Tom?
But that's what you're
Yes.
using that specific parcel's gonna be for your septic.
That is correct.
Just the septic though, not the actual dwelling.
Right.
We're gonna shoot it downhill to him.
Okay, so, Mr. Gilberto, you have your hand raised, let,
is the board amenable to taking an action that will allow for a home with more bedrooms being constructed on the adjacent lot? Because that is a bit different than what I've understood our intention has been over the years.
no, and I don't think we had the weigh-in on that based on it being combined to build a larger lot. It's inconsistent with everything everything since I've been on the
I
board.
think it needs to be priced accordingly if we're gonna do that.
No, but the regular policy has been not to do that.
I mean, I just,
So,
again, that's.
so that is the policy that we've always had. We're gonna stick by policies, that's what we've always had, is conveying these not for purposes of allowing.
I'm only seeking the guidance so that I deliver for you what you're looking for.
I'm only one, Mr. O'Leary.
No, what the board has considered in the past is, first of all, getting, in these particular cases, in this particular area of town, and a couple of other ones, is allowing for better septic systems, rather than modified type septic systems on these smaller lots, to accommodate what the use is, but it didn't necessarily restrict people from, putting an addition on their home. And again, if it required, a larger septic system and they now have the parcel to do it, I don't ever recall us saying, no, we didn't, that's not why we did it. What we did it is we say, you've got an adjoining piece of parcel, we're encouraging you to buy it so they can put a legitimate, for health purposes, a legitimate septic system on there, and a place to replace the one you have, or the one you're gonna build, which would be a better system. So, I mean, I don't, again, the town's gonna recapture.
That's not what this
No,
is.
but
There is no system and there is no house. So
No, I know, but the
it's
town is going to
totally
recapture.
incomparable.
When we sell this, right, in this specific case, the town is gonna recapture through assessed valuation on a home that's worth more, with 3 bedrooms instead of 2. We're gonna recapture, through assessed valuation, more than if we just put the restriction on and not allow it. Because a 3-bedroom home is worth more than a 2-bedroom home. And again, the square footage is gonna be significantly more also. So, again, I don't see the real problem with it, other than it creates a better situation from a health standpoint. And yes, it picks up an extra bedroom, potentially an extra bedroom for him, but again, he's gonna be assessed at a higher valuation when the home is built, based on a 3-bedroom home instead of a 2-bedroom. And the town will recapture those dollars moving forward. But, so I don't have a problem with removing the number 4 as a restriction, if it's an impediment. And again, I think we need to just get some clarification for sure from town council that it would be an impediment for someone who has a buildable lot, building a 2-bedroom home instead of a 3-bedroom home. Is that an impediment for going from 2-bedroom to 3-bedroom? It appears that it may be, but.
The intention is to make it an impediment, candidly. I mean, that's why the language was drafted. We can, we can remove it, but again, I would encourage the board to reconsider the value if we're going to do that.
Can you highlight the 2 lots, the current lot that's owned and then the town lot?
So this is, I believe, what Mr. Magazoo owns, number 12 Audubon.
That's correct.
And the larger of the 2 town lots is this parcel here, 8 Audubon. And it happens to be across the street from Mr. Nicoja's home at 2 Poplar, which has frontage on Audubon.
Michael, what's the size of the lot, the small lot that's buildable? 5,000.
Yeah, 0.11 acres, a tenth of an acre.
So you have to do like a tight tank there, or?
Not a tight tank, I own other land in the neighborhood, so the soils are really good. It's all sand up there.
Yeah.
So I don't need it to go with tight tank.
I mean, I would agree with Steve as far as, Mr. O'Leary, as far as taking but I do think the land has more of a value if it's using for that purpose. I think that the price should be reflected accordingly. I mean, I'm not saying it's worth $1 million, but it's worth more than $1,750, because you're gonna get more than that on the house.
Right.
You have the extra
That's
bedroom.
fine.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're disagreeing with that either.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing. I don't mind paying for it.
Yeah.
Just.
You wanna be able to do what you wanna do with it, though.
Right. I don't need the restriction.
Yeah.
I'm paying taxes on something that is not cost effective.
Mr. Meggs has lived here for how long?
I've been here since 1963.
He joins the club that was here earlier.
The newcomers, the newcomers.
I feel like an
I mean-
interloper around here.
I know, right? I mean,
So.
I agree.
To
with-
have the town council review it?
Absolutely, and, appraise it differently and revisit it.
We'll bring it up at the next meeting. We're gonna continue.
I wouldn't
now,
say
right?
no, I mean,
We are, yeah, the 24th.
Yeah.
So what do we continue it? What motion do we have for continuance?
yeah, so
Um,
we recalled it.
Right, it's not, we'd have to just address it when town council can get to it and let us know when to come back to it.
I would suggest moving to continue discussion of the sale of the 2 parcels to 91 Burrows Road and 8 Audubon Road to February 24th at 8:00 p.m.
So moved.
Yeah. Second.
What he said. You there, Jay?
Yeah.
91 Burrows and 8 Audubon.
Thank you.
Vote?
Do we have to vote that?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, continue the hearing. You need to vote.
Yeah. We get a motion in a second.
Yes.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Hey, you
We
got lots
promise
of
we
writing
won't-
on your paper.
We promise we won't have the turkey farm for you next time.
There you go.
That vote has a lot of, that vote and the recall, and it's all scribbled now.
I'm exhausted.
Okay,
We're just like the
next
Iowa primary.
parcel.
Madam Chair, the next parcel is located at 86 Burrows Road.
Also same area, huh?
Same area, yep. This is the large parcel. Mr. Bonaventura, who's seated in the front row here this evening, has, at his own expense, had an A&R plan drawn up, which the board authorized the chair to sign 2 weeks ago, and which appeared before the planning commission, I believe, the next night, and was signed. So what that A&R plan did was effectively create a smaller parcel, highlighted here with the black lines, on the larger parcel here that's outlined in red. At stake for the sale is this small parcel here, which is, as I understand it, outside of the wetland that's in the area here, and currently being maintained by Mr. Bonaventura. You may recall that there was initially some hesitation on the part of the Conservation Commission. However, after walking the site, I believe she came to an agreement with Mr. Bonaventura as to where these lines could be drawn, and they have in fact been drawn.
Okay.
So therefore, the motion before you is to sell not the whole parcel, but a portion of the parcel, as reflected on a plan of land that was prepared by, prepared for Fernando Bonaventura, dated June 6, 2019, for a minimum bid price of $1,550, which represents $1,200 for legal fees and $350 for the recording and I believe advertising. The conditions, I'll let the motion speak for itself.
Okay, yeah.
You've read half of it already.
Yeah, I just feel like we should just be. Madam Chair, I move to sell by auction town-owned land, a portion of map 8, parcel 144, located at 86 Burrows Road, designated as parcel A on a plan entitled Plan of Land in North Reading, Massachusetts, prepared for Fernando Bonaventura, dated June 6, 2019, in accordance with MGL Chapter 60, Section 77B, at a minimum bid price of $1,550, subject to the following restrictions. Parcel shall not be used in and of itself as a separate building lot. The provisions of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 6, pursuant to its 9th paragraph, if applicable, are waived to prohibit the use of the parcel as a separate building lot. Accessory structure of any kind shall not be erected or maintained on the parcel unless the parcel is combined with an adjoining parcel containing a primary structure. The parcel shall not be used to satisfy minimum zoning or health code requirements for the construction or use of any additional dwelling unit on the parcel or on any adjoining parcel. Property shall not be subdivided.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Do you know if the plan's been recorded yet?
Go ahead.
I don't believe it has been,
Hasn't
only
been
because
sold yet.
it was signed and mailed to tax title attorney on Friday.
Okay.
So I don't believe it's been
And
recorded.
I just want to confirm, you're going to be recording the plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and then
Actually,
you
our tax title attorney will be recording
Yeah.
it. It's been mailed to him for recording.
Okay.
So I don't know whether he'll do that
And
separately
the
or at the
applicant
same time.
paid for the recording fee on that?
The applicant has a recording fee built in here, and he paid for the
Okay.
plan.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
I remember this last year. You got all the dry stuff.
I do, yeah. All right. Any further comment? Motion and a second,
Got it?
and all those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Can we leave Burrows Road now?
Not for the time being. Not till, yeah, we leave Burrows till the next meeting, so.
The next transaction
Thank you.
contemplates the
Thank you.
sale
Thank
of
you.
3 parcels in the vicinity of Old Andover Road and Bear Road. The petitioner, Sherry Travey and Peter Brayton, who I believe some of whom are here this evening, they own this property here, lot number 53. The town owns actually 3 parcels that are to the north of this property. And we have contemplated the sale of these 3 parcels in a single transaction at auction with similar restrictions to those that we've discussed previously. So this would effectively provide the opportunity for the acquisition of the land, but not necessarily construction on the land other than for an accessory structure. And only because he's here, I know the Planning Commission discussed this, and there was some concern about whether or not we would want to retain ownership of any of these parcels for purposes of widening what I believe is Old Andover Road at some point in the future. There is no plan to widen the road at this point in time, talking with the DPW director, but I think you guys discussed that at your meeting a couple days ago.
We did.
I don't know if you want to add to that, or?
I mean, stated just what.
Okay.
It's a future to fix that intersection is a little bit tough right there. I know it doesn't look like it on a map, but it's harder on the ground to negotiate it.
Steve, is this right on
So
125?
you're not in favor of the,
Closer up to that end, yeah.
By our
Yeah,
water
that's what
connection?
not in favor of the
that's what we sent over, right?
transaction?
CPC is.
Were you opposed to it? I know you had
I know,
concerns.
we had concerns, I don't think we were absolutely opposed, because I don't remember saying that way. We had concerns. But
Just
what
my
DPW
question
does-
would be, are you concerned with other parcels along Old Andover Road also? I mean, if we're gonna widen Old Andover Road, it isn't gonna be just right here, right?
Yeah.
And I think
Well,
we're
it's-
facing the same issues all along in that
Yeah.
whole neighborhood. So I don't see it as being any more or less of an impediment based on
There
the
was a
current
concern,
layout.
wasn't it? We, when we're really very concerned, we would say not to.
Right.
It was just a concern and went to DPW and they don't have a concern, I guess.
Okay.
So this is an aerial view of the same area, and again, it's 3 parcels that we'd be selling.
Didn't DPW though say they had some interest in this from a pump potential? Didn't I read that?
So they reviewed a series of parcels in the area, but there were none that, so I believe they identified this as a potential area, but there are other town-owned parcels in the vicinity that they felt could serve the purpose.
Where are those? Can you pull those up?
Go back to this other map.
Oh, I think that was 23 Old Andover. Does that sound right?
That's-
So there's one over here. There are a couple over here.
Yeah, 23 Old Andover.
There's one right here, it looks like, as well. And this is the home, the current home, owned by the Braytons. And your driveway's on Bear Road, ma'am, is that correct?
Yeah, Bear Road, and then the driveway's off, kind of right in front of the wooded area.
Right here.
Mhm.
Isn't
this-
this the one where your driveway already was in the town parcel? Isn't that the one? No?
There is
Part
one
of
that,
it?
there is one with that issue, but that's not this parcel, to my knowledge.
So this parcel, the one outlined,
Yep,
And
so
then-
this parcel here,
oh,
and then this smaller parcel that's surrounded by the second parcel. So
Yeah, I
this,
think, someone else owns the frontage that goes around Andover Road. And this is, my understanding is that this was a little bit behind the frontage. It abuts our property,
Oh.
it kind of goes so
Sure.
far into the woods, towards the road. But I think someone else owns the side and the actual front
Oh.
that's right up
that's,
to the
so
road.
Jonathan Bird
Yeah.
owns this whole area. It
That's
goes
right,
all
yeah.
the way back to a home that's here. And you can see it
Oh.
right there.
Yeah, that, so.
Pork chop lots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I call them Cape Cod lots. It's like Cape Cod.
That's interesting.
okay.
Okay, so do we?
Do it.
I mean, so he might bid on it too if it's auctioned off.
It's possible, yes.
Could have a value, Jim. The birds. All right, so do we have a motion?
We do. Madam Chair, I move to sell by auction town-owned land designated as map 9, parcel 54, located at 55 Old Andover Road, map 9, parcel 57, located at 57 Old Andover Road, and map 9, parcel 58, located at 1 Bear Road, in accordance with MGL Chapter 60, Section 77B, at a minimum bid price of $1,750, subject to the following restrictions. Parcel shall not be used in and of itself as a separate building lot, and the provisions of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 6 pursuant to its 9th paragraph, if applicable, are waived to prohibit the use of the parcel as a separate building lot. Accessory structures of any kind shall not be erected or maintained on the parcel unless the parcel is combined with an adjoining parcel containing a primary structure. The parcel shall not be used to satisfy minimum zoning or health code requirements for the construction or use of any additional dwelling unit on the parcel or on any adjoining parcel. Property shall not be subdivided.
Second?
Mr. Gilberto.
So
I have a
just-
motion and a second. I'm sorry. Further discussion. Mr. Gilberto.
Just to clarify, so the town-owned land that was named by DPW as an alternative is actually located right on the town line here. So just to give the board members a little bit of comfort, it's a fairly large
Okay.
lot that's actually at the very end of town. So I think when the DPW director looked at that, he felt that if we were talking about some sort of a wastewater utility, there was an option in the neighborhood that we could rely on.
Who owns the parcel adjacent to that parcel? Yeah, that parcel right there.
Charles
Greer.
Greer.
Oh. wait a minute.
All right, we get a motion in a second.
We're fading.
Yeah, we do. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Moving on to the next parcel, 23 Riverside Drive. This is a small parcel that is located along the Ipswich River on Riverside Drive. It's located between two single-family house lots, and I believe the petitioner, Mr. Carrero, is here.
Remember
We've
this
also,
one, yeah.
full disclosure to the board, we have been approached but not given anything in writing from the abutter on the other side of the property, who is also interested in me potentially pursue the property. This is one of a couple of small lots that the town owns between homes. I'm going to pull up the GIS system for this really quickly, and you can see the parcel. You can see, Mr. Carrero, I believe that's your home right there?
Yeah,
And then there's this may be an old map, I'm not positive. Is there a house under construction here?
They, so they own the yellow house
Right
there.
here.
They're knocking down the blue house and building a 26-foot addition onto their current home, bringing their house frontage to 100 feet. And I have a small 36-foot cabin, so I just wanted to make sure I acquired some more land in case they.
Like a buffer?
Keep going.
And forgive
The
me,
bunker. Yeah.
forgive me, but do I recall correctly, is there an issue with your driveway being partially on this
Yeah,
property?
I'm like right on the line, so like my driveway's really small, it's, you know, it's all cracked, I can't replace it, cause I'm dead smack on that lot line, so I wanted to like increase my setbacks, so,
Yeah.
you know, get more than one car on that.
And this was the one, there was some sort of a presentation that we needed it for access to the water.
The feeling of the Conservation Commission and the town planner is to hold on to these lots for purposes of access to the river, but I recall the board not agreeing with that assessment.
Do we have a number of these lots here? that
We have a
access
couple of them. There's one here, and there's another one right here, I believe,
there?
as
So if
well.
we lose one, it's not gonna be the end of the world.
And then there may be another one as
There's
well.
an easement to the river right in between those two houses, right there's a little boat dock.
Oh,
right
yeah, I
there.
see it, yep,
So,
right there.
yeah, right there.
So if we lose one of these lots, it's not gonna, we'll still have access to the river.
It appears that that would be the case, yes.
Is that all flat in that area?
No.
It gets wet. Right beside
drops
me, it gets
down.
wet. It's a
It's
hill.
like this, and then
Yeah.
The house
No, I mean,
is,
that lot versus lot two down, are these, is topography similar, these two?
19's underwater all the time, 17 up by the road where my driveway is dry, but the rest of it's soaking wet, kinda like my back.
Okay.
Yeah.
looks like it's actually maybe less steep at 19 here,
So I
interesting.
mean, the town would have the same access to the river at 19 or 17, that's what I'm getting at.
I think they were accessing if they had to at 19. I think that's what the presentation.
So we're not harmed by selling 17.
Not in the opinion of the
17 seems
Conservation
less
Commission and
accessible.
the planner, you may be. but I'm relaying their opinion.
Oh,
What does
we may be
17
in
give us
other
for access versus 19?
Again,
Yeah.
they both are similar sized parcels. You know, I haven't walked, I'm familiar with 17, I'm not as familiar with 19, and I'm relaying their
Is
comment.
17 steeper, that's what it looks like?
They're pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Can we continue this for 2 weeks to get an opinion from those guys, whether 19 or 17? We just need one of them?
19 doesn't help this gentleman out too much. As
No,
much as
No,
much
no,
as
no, you mean-
17.
I'm saying for the
17
town's
does
purposes.
As far as a buffer from the neighbor and also allowing him to keep his driveway where
I'm
it's
saying
close
for-
to his door, I would
Steve, I'm
assume.
saying for conservation purposes.
Yeah.
If we have 19, is it what we need as a town versus 17?
Yeah, I mean,
Seems like it, but they're saying.
no, we had the same information a while ago, and I think we opted to say, that was sufficient access for
Yeah.
us. And to
We wanna get you what
maintain,
you want.
so. but
I
to
mean, if
be-
there was no other access, that's a different story, but there's other access.
And I don't want to speak for the CPC or for the Conservation Commission, but I believe they wanted you to retain all of them. So
Yeah.
I don't know, it was a matter of, you know.
Right.
Again, they're
I'm
advisory.
okay with moving ahead.
If we get 19, we'll need 17.
Conservation purposes.
Can I add something real quick, if you don't mind? Would you be able to subdivide the land? I mean, I know they're interested, they're buying up, they were interested in the lot beside them. They have 2 lots now. So when I approached her about it, I did a lot of homework for the last few years on this, and she didn't even know it was for sale. And she's like, oh, well, I wanna buy it, so, I'm not, greedy, so, I mean, I'd be willing to take half of it, if it
Well,
does.
that's
become
funny,
an
because
option.
that's what I was thinking in my head, like, if he could have enough just to widen his driveway, I think he'd be happy.
You'd have to get a
'Cause
plan.
she's probably gonna outbid me anyway,
You'd have to have a
Right.
plan drawn up, though.
What's that?
You'd have to have a plan drawn up.
All right, yeah, like a surveyor out there and.
Similar to what you guys were trying to do, Mr. Magazine.
Ed and I go back to high school, so
Yeah.
But,
I don't worry
You-
No,
about
but
it.
at some point, you need to get a plan
It
drawn up.
can't
Yeah,
be-
we'll
Yeah.
try, again, you have to own it before you worry about it.
and if it does go up for auction and you get outbid, it doesn't, that doesn't serve your purpose that you
Right.
sound like you're trying to achieve
No,
with it,
yeah.
so.
And you feel pretty confident that
I
she
did-
will do that.
Yeah, when she
So
bought.
that's worse for you.
Yeah, when she bought the house next to her and built that big
Yeah.
yellow house, I thought someone was gonna come in and buy her old house and then try to get that land, but come to find out that she still owned that land and wanted to expand her new house, so I was like, geez, I gotta get something before
Right.
she's on top of me. Plus I wanna keep, it just a barrier, I came up.
So
here
what's
for-
the next step
It-
he takes if he just wants to
Hey,
have?
where's your septic system? Out front?
So mine's on the right of my house.
Yeah.
As we're looking at it?
And I have nowhere else to put it, so I know last time we were talking that because I can't put it in my backyard, it's in the water. So if I did have to move it, my only spot would be if I had that land, I'd be able to put it on the left, on the higher part of it, which we talked about, last year. And my driveway is, I wanted to, repair it, but why spend the money if I'm only 7 feet wide right now?
Mr.
A couple of comments. So first, the restriction that came up a couple of properties ago, in your case, you have a dwelling unit on it. So you would be able to locate your septic system there for purposes of the existing dwelling unit. And of course, with the driveway, you'd be able to rectify that. Now, I don't know whether this is a situation where, I'll leave it to the board to decide, but it sounds like we have 2 neighbors who are very much interested in it.
To me.
Yeah, but we have our own board commission saying don't sell it, so.
No, but see, to me, this is a good case in point where you have a very small lot where, eventually the septic system, has a lifespan of 25 years. And this provides an opportunity for this particular homeowner to do something with it. The other homeowner already has sufficient land to continue to expand their
But you
property.
can't stop the other homeowner from
You can't, no,
bidding.
but I don't believe, and again, if we can get this checked out, I don't think we are necessarily restricted to sell it to the highest bidder if we believe it's in the public's interest.
Really?
I think we are.
Legally?
Yeah, I don't know, can you double check that?
So when we looked at this,
I would think you would.
this
huh?
came up about a year ago, and so
Yeah.
this would be an auction. And whoever meets,
Yeah.
subject to the restriction, whoever is the highest bidder would
That's how it
receive
Right,
it.
works.
absolutely.
But
Is there a way
why
around
don't
it?
we just let him do a plan, and that accomplishes the goal of
So
both.
that was gonna be my suggestion. I mean,
Yeah.
Right.
much as the case with Mr. Bonaventura, if it's the case where the neighbors are willing
Right.
to draw a lot line that works for them and have us sell, buy it together or sell it in the two pieces, that is an option. It
And
seems-
that
Right,
would
so if you
also
divided
help-
that and took
that
a
would also,
portion-
Conservation wants us to keep it, that will let us keep it.
That accomplishes that.
Conservation wants us to keep it,
Mhm.
that approach would let us to keep it too. We still keep
At
the lot,
least a
just give up a
portion
piece
of
for your
it.
driveway,
Yeah,
and it would serve both purposes.
Oh, so you not sell the little sliver?
You're just selling your strip or whatever you need for the
Right,
driveway,
right,
and Conservation still gets to keep lot 17, the majority of it. And then,
So then it wouldn't be interesting to the neighbor.
well, they can't build on, if
Well,
we,
it wouldn't be up for sale to
Right.
the neighbor.
Right.
if we
Right.
retain
Right.
acquisition
Right.
of,
You could keep it half.
Of that half.
but it's gonna probably cost you engineering on that, 2-3 grand, I would think, right? You would know, yeah.
That's about right. I'm a GC, so I got plenty of contacts.
I think that would be, I think that would be the way to go.
yeah.
Because it's not gonna help you to put it up for auction and have her buy that.
Yeah, makes it worse.
Makes it worse for you.
And it also
Yeah.
satisfies, was it conservation, who else is planning? So we should keep it
You gotta
planning.
come to planning, do an A&R to do this.
Yeah.
Um,
No, but that will enable us to keep
So
the lot
Michael-
for the town, that
We
they
would-
would actually.
we would.
Yeah.
You A&R, and, I would talk to the planner, go see Danielle, you gotta see conservation all at the same time, and see what they say.
So Michael, what do you need from the board as to what we did with the other one?
We didn't take any action with regard to Mr. Bonaventura's plan. We gave him the direction.
Did we authorize to do the A&R though? I thought
Well, we signed off on the A&R being filed once the plan was drawn.
But I thought we encouraged or
We-
took
we
some
certainly
action to
gave them-
say, go do that.
We definitely told him that, yeah. I don't recall whether there was a vote or not.
But we told them,
Right.
yeah.
That was
So-
the
so-
that was the information we got.
So
Right.
what would happen through the chair is, you have the plan drawn to show the parcel you're looking to acquire.
It's a free-for-all.
It would then come to the select board to sign off on you applying to create that parcel from the planning commission. Once they've then approved it, it would go to auction, you'd be able to bid on that smaller portion. I think that's what
Does
we're
that
talking
work for
about
you?
here.
Absolutely, yeah, anything to kind of.
I mean, it may not let you put a septic over there, but at
The
least.
chair would like to
driveway.
speak.
Yeah.
I would just say to you, I would just say to you from my opinion 1 and 5, don't make a weird delineation of it, just straight line down.
That's
It's a,
exactly what I was saying.
Rectangle.
Yeah.
You don't, that's why
Right.
you should go to planning and see what Danielle
right,
thinks.
Yeah,
it's a
If
clear
10
path
feet
for
is good
the,
for you, do 10 feet.
right.
yeah,
Parallel to your lot line right now,
right,
from front to back. Okay?
yes.
Needs
Yeah.
more than 10.
We like easy shapes.
Needs more than 10,
Well,
yeah.
I said,
20, 30 feet.
it was a number.
Yeah, right.
Yes, yeah.
So if you're amenable, since you're the petitioner, I'm okay with passing it over or,
Right.
Yeah.
Did we make a motion
No.
yet? No, we haven't made a motion
so-
yet, so
I'll
we'll
make any
just table
determination
that.
at this point.
We'll table
Or,
it,
well, actually, we have to continue it.
Yes.
continue it.
And I'm trying to think of a
It's a public,
timeline.
do we have to continue
public-
it, or do we
yeah.
have to just vote not to sell it at this point?
Well, we'll need to re-advertise. I mean, if we want to just re-advertise it again, we can not
Re-advertise
continue
it,
it.
what's the plan?
Because you're gonna need 60 days to plan.
Give them 90 days to,
Yeah, 60, 90 days.
You're gonna be
Yeah,
at least
that's-
that far out.
I mean, we can schedule the hearing and not have to re-advertise it for 90 days out, or we can just re-advertise it.
Well,
But it would be a different parcel.
well,
We would do what we did with Mr. Bonaventura's case, which was advertise this parcel and then advertise a portion thereof. So, I mean, again, we
Okay.
can, I'm okay with re-advertising. That's,
Yes,
I think
all
that's,
right.
that's probably cleaner.
do you think 90 days would be enough time? So maybe we'll do, I'll take a motion to continue, no.
Thinking about it, I believe we advertised a portion thereof when we advertised Mr. Bonaventura. We probably want to do that again, to Mr. O'Leary's point. So I don't think you should vote. I think instead, once the plan's done, we'll bring it to you to sign off on it, and then we'll re-advertise this parcel.
So
I'm
we're
sure
just-
there'll be others with it.
So we're just tabling.
Well, we
Not
haven't-
take no action.
We've had,
No
no, we
action.
haven't voted on it, so. All right, so we're gonna hear from you.
Yeah,
We're gonna see some plan for you.
I think that's a better plan for you.
And us too, actually.
Rectangle, rectangle.
Works for everybody.
Yeah, as long as everyone's happy.
Okay, thank you.
You got one more?
Yep. 2 more.
Yeah.
3 more. 4 more.
All right.
This is all good stuff back on the
Where you
tax rolls.
going?
This has been a lot of fun. I have an early meeting tomorrow.
Oh, so do I. All right.
I celebrate your
So do
continuing.
I.
Well done.
Okay, so our next parcel.
That's white coffee.
So the next parcel is more complicated, I think,
Oh,
than
good
some of
God.
the others. Yep,
Definitely.
sorry. It's a parcel that is located at 13 Edgewood Terrace. It is one of, I believe, 4 parcels that the town owns on Edgewood Terrace and on the parallel street, whose name escapes me.
Parkview?
Sounds right.
I'm just reading.
No, the next one up.
You're up.
Next one to the north. So this is 224 right here that I've highlighted. We own these 3 parcels, 239, 238, and 237 as well. And those 4 properties are zoned in the affordable housing overlay.
You need to show that area, Michael,
Sure.
because that is not showing really what needs to be seen here, which is that's the access road that it's connected to. And is otherwise.
Mhm.
This is, there you go.
I wish we could get your lot lines back.
There is, I don't have any already behind the lot lines.
Alright, let's try this.
There you go.
You can change your shading.
Okay, so
That's the road to the right of that.
this is a paved road. This is a paved road that becomes a paper street, not constructed here.
Yeah.
We own these lots here and this lot. The request, I believe, has come from the owner of this parcel here. That's funny, it's not showing there though. Why is it not showing up? Is the interested party on this parcel? Oh, there he is. Okay, hi.
Here, this is back to the, yeah, there we go, river access.
And is this your home here, sir?
It is.
Okay, and I believe your driveway is on this parcel here?
Yeah, a little bit towards your mouse there. Yeah, right there.
And you've approached us, you're interested in acquiring this property because of the driveway and
Correct. My driveway extends about, I'd say, 2 feet of the property line runs through my driveway, so there's an excess. So it does push me into the land. It was like that when we bought it, and so there we are trying to rectify it.
I explained earlier that there's an overlay here, a zoning overlay, that allows for more dense construction of affordable housing units. And at one point when it was created, these 3 lots were, and this lot were also contemplated for potential affordable housing development. I would also note that the Planning Commission, I believe, reviewed this last week as well. And I believe that they objected to the sale of the property for just that reason, principally because this road is constructed. This road is only constructed to this spot, and therefore we have some constructed access here. There's obviously an issue in the background with regard to the driveway being partially located on it as well. So, did I state your concerns
That's correct,
properly?
because it would basically landlock those other 3 lots if we sold that one. And you lose another, lot that's got an affordable overlay on it, where you could put dense population.
Is the issue with the driveway lot or the lots behind the house?
The issue is lose that lot that's on 3 Terrace,
Which one's that? Is that the one that's highlighted?
That's the one that's got the driveway on it.
All right.
The front lot. If we had that front lot, we can access the back 3 lots, and then utilize that all to, it's all under affordable overlay. And we could actually do something better in there.
So we need that lot for access. Is this another one like we just had earlier where you're looking for a little bit of land for your driveway, right?
Yeah, I'm looking for, and I think when we talked last time, when we brought it up, they were saying, because looking at what, there's not enough room to, where your mouse is now, or where it was a moment ago to the left of my house, for, I don't believe, a house, so they were thinking, we'll put a road there, so one of the things I would wonder is if I was able to purchase 20 feet of that.
How many feet you need of it? That's what's.
About 20 feet.
How wide, what's the width?
40 foot.
40
That,
foot.
that negates the whole thing. We couldn't even get.
What do you need for a road? How many feet?
I gotta have 21 feet for a unaccepted way.
What about for an
As a
accepted?
minimum, that's our minimum.
What about for an accepted way?
The accepted way, you need 50. So we wouldn't put a 50 in there.
Could we give them 10 feet?
We'd have to look at it. I mean.
We want to help you out. It's just,
This came from the board, not from just me.
yeah.
So, you know, it would be.
Yeah, we're bartering away something that we need.
Right,
and we
exactly,
shouldn't be bartering
exactly.
His
away.
driveway's already on it.
But it shouldn't be.
Well, how long's the house been there?
You can't adversely possess city land.
No, but
It's
how long
not
has it been there?
town land.
Since, the house has been there since '73. I don't know when the driveway was put in or how that was done.
When was the town, when did the town take that land? That could be pre-existing.
It was a tax, I
Taking.
believe, it was how it was pulled through tax foreclosure.
Do we have a date on that?
I don't.
I can check that for you.
Is that driveway paved?
It is.
Yeah, I don't have a date on when we acquired it.
What's the book page when we acquired it? That will give us an idea. Is that on there?
If the driveway pre-exists the
No.
tax
Right.
taking, then
Right.
that doesn't.
I don't know. Yeah.
No, it's a good point.
It seemed, from when we were discussing this internally, it seemed to us that if there was gonna be anything done with it, potentially some sort of a small easement might be an option. You know, a
Something.
shared driveway, that type of thing, if we developed it in the future, but the sale of it seems to be overly complicated because of the access issue.
If we
Whether
have
we
a
want
road in there, how can we have a shared easement on the road? If he's parking his cars on there.
Again, I'm trying to
Yeah.
propose what your options are with regard to the
I mean,
issues.
What
The-
other
the house,
options?
From looking at what I'm seeing here, where I know the lot lines are, that even in this zone, I'm not sure what the zone is, it violates zoning, front setback, side setback. Looks like maybe in the other side setback. So the driveway should have been on the other side of the house to begin with.
I don't follow that, I'm sorry. The other side of my house, I don't have, the other side is right up to my neighbor's property. Like, yeah, right, yeah, I can see,
Yeah,
there's
so you have, that house violates all the zoning setbacks within this area. You got like 10 feet to your left and 10 feet to your right? That's what I'm looking about that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Assuming
so-
there's not a variance on record.
Right, you know, and, you know, they've been adversely possessing the land under your driveway that you're using now is, I don't know who built it and how they got it to be built like that, but their parking must have been originally in front, or who knows where it was. You know, I don't know when the house was built, and I'm just gonna tell you from what the restrictions that we have to follow.
Yeah.
You know,
Could you put a driveway behind the house? Or could you put cars behind the house?
That's what I'm asking. Is there another way to,
Because that's how you give an easement through the lot, Chris, and then put the driveway behind the house.
Yeah,
That's an option.
yeah, you could do that, then maybe we could.
Then you could do an easement.
Then maybe you have to give them an easement.
Yeah.
And then maybe if, you know, we try to access the 3 behind, use this one up in front, and maybe even put a small house, if we could get one, you know, put the roadway all the way.
We don't plan on building on that lot, correct?
I mean, if we just wanted to build on 3 Terrace, that's buildable for the overlay, because the overlay reduces things.
What's 3 Terrace?
The little blue,
The one at the bottom?
Yes, that little rectangle. The overlay has special zones
set for affordable housing. And we're not building a large house, you know, we're building something small.
So how do we give them access to the back where you can still build on that lot?
I don't know.
Well, then, I mean, the backyard is effectively mostly septic. I'm not sure where I'd even put a driveway back there without crushing my septic system.
Right.
Let alone getting to it, right?
Well, you get an easement through that lot.
Well, if we do the easement, which lot? I'm sorry, I'm lost now.
One that's highlighted right there?
Yeah, so if we had an easement, then that pretty much solves my problem anyway.
Well, the easement would be to get to the back of the lot. I don't think you leave the
Well,
driveway where it is.
It would allow them to use it indefinitely until somebody develops that back
Actually
parcel.
develops it.
No, I mean, and you can't, it would be to travel over it. That would be the easement, not to block it or
Right. Could
park on it. You can't park on it.
You'd have to rebuild your septic where it is to be able to handle a load, which they do make.
Are there any other options there?
Could you pave Homestead and then access them that way?
Homestead is this street here?
Us?
Well, not you,
Could
but
we?
Yeah.
Well, we're trying not to increase the cost of those parcels. By selling the parcels, basically landlocking it. Then we'd have to drive a road in, which raises those parcels.
Yeah,
Where's the affordability at that point?
yeah.
You know, we took, when we looked at these parcels originally many years ago, we saw these many parcels right there would give us access to terrace. And we could join them together and then build something, you know, affordable in there. Maybe two, maybe 3 townhouses, I'm not sure. I haven't, you know, it's been a while since we looked at it that way, but that's why we picked those 4 in that T formation. Because we accessed it off a terrace and not having to put a road in. Putting a road in is very expensive. I don't know the topography exactly, it's not that hilly right there, but still, you gotta cut the trees, you gotta grub it out, it's a lot to do. It's a lot to do.
It's a paper street too, so
Yeah.
it may not even be as
I've experienced that.
Well, paper streets, the abutters own to the middle.
Right.
So,
Does the affordable overlay allow for 3 townhouses?
I don't remember exactly what the requirements are, it's in the zoning, by the way, I'd have to go in
Then it
and
would be
look
a
at it.
driveway.
Pardon?
If you did 3 townhouses, then it would be a driveway coming out opposed to,
Yeah, something of that nature.
yeah.
Or, you know, a 21-foot unaccepted, which we'd hate to do that for something like this.
Madam Chair, in response to a question before, Jane's identified a deed which indicates that we took ownership in 1988 for non-payment of taxes. to this
that
parcel.
in 1985, the deed was recorded in 88. I just looked that up. What is your number? What's your,
What was your,
When did you buy?
what's
I-
your street
I
number?
purchased it about 2 years ago, or a year and a half, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
House was built in '73.
But you must have had a plot plan done by your mortgage, you get a mortgage on the property?
Oh, yeah.
They
No,
would've-
I didn't understand. Like,
No, they would've made sure it fit the zoning requirements. That's what the plot plan does.
okay.
Yeah.
But if the house was built in 73 and the driveway's been there since 73, it's adverse possession
But
on
has
the
it
previous owner.
we don't know if the
We don't know
driveway's
that.
been there since
No.
then.
These are the testimony of the guy who lived there in '73.
Yeah, you have to look at the mortgage plans.
It's
Go-
it's
going
a
forward.
weird area, the whole Martin's Pond area.
Absolutely.
Is very,
Absolutely.
does not follow any rules.
It's very
Right.
non-conforming.
Because, you know,
It's
the
incestuous.
setbacks and everything, because I mean, everything was basically,
It was
you buy
camps.
a house and your grandfather into, that's his property, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like he should have a driveway, he's been paying taxes on it.
I
It
agree.
seems like the right thing to do.
We're trying to figure out how to make that work,
How long has
right?
that land been empty? That people are thinking they're gonna build affordable housing on it at some point, it's just, I don't know, I mean.
Yeah, but
We have an affordable unit on Edgewood Terrace. Do you know which one it is?
I
It was
mean,
built in
thank goodness
affordable,
it's
it
not
was
gonna
affordable
be
and sold.
a huge, because I've seen that happen in this
No.
area too, where there's these huge houses that are going on these little plots of land.
yeah, no.
it's really, you know, it looks very odd. And, you know, the poor people with like the smaller houses are like having their windows right there with this huge,
And that's not even,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
what we're trying to,
We're just trying
what
to-
we're trying to determine is, should we move forward to sell the lot? So I think I think we've looked at it enough to at least make a decision on that for the board. What's the board's pleasure in terms of sale of this lot? Do you want to entertain a motion to sell it? And I don't think the board does, so.
No, but we want to try to help
we
you out
want
with
to
the
try to help
driveway.
him out, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
Again, I think I need some more information in
Yeah.
relation to,
I mean, I'm
you know,
feeling for
if
him.
this
He
is
needs
looking
to
to be
have a
developed, and
driveway.
again, I don't know if the planning commission has any idea as far as affordable housing, where it's located and what the proposals may be, but, you know, you're certainly not gonna put in a roadway that's to code, you know, it's gonna be standard anyway. You know, so if it's gonna be a shared driveway situation, it's gonna be a shared driveway situation. You know, it's gonna be 21 feet or 20 feet, that's what it's gonna be.
21 foot unaccepted.
21 foot unaccepted.
So if you got 40, looks like you got 40 there, can we give them 10?
I haven't been on the property.
You really need 20 feet?
No, this was when we spoke about it, when I first brought it up, you know, the concept
He
of.
wants his
we'll just do
driveway.
20.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What do you need to get your driveway?
All right, I need, I got 2 feet on my driveway, I would appreciate an extra few feet for any type of construction comes,
Yeah.
or an abutment.
How many
So,
feet is that?
Let's go with 12 feet.
So we're not here to barter a new transaction. So we're here to determine, are we gonna sell this lot?
No, but we might.
We're not here to go back
we're
and
gonna
forth about
suggest,
10
we're
feet,
suggest
12
two other
feet.
lots tonight.
To look at it like that and
It's
whittle
delivered.
it down
Need to be
is
relooked at.
definitely gonna, we've already been told by the Board of Commission, don't sell it. So I think going back and saying, well, what if we did this or that? I think we need far more input than just sitting here deciding, oh, 10
We
feet,
do need more
12
input.
feet. Because you can build a road with that parcel, so it's sufficient width to do that, a regular
But
road.
when we do that, we
It-
have to be cognizant, and again, I'm saying when
You
we do
take
it,
a
because
right
of-
turn onto the
No, I
road.
mean, we need to be cognizant of the direct abutter and its current use, and how
Mm-hmm.
long it's been in use, and, you know, are we gonna take that away? And the guy's not gonna have any place to pull his car in and get into his house, for crying out loud, you know, so we need to assist in correcting it and still maintain an option to access our land. And again, whatever options we have right now are still limited, and
It sounds like we can do both with 40 feet. If he only needs, Chris needs 21, you need 12.
There's 40 feet, Chris, is
Yeah,
that
this-
right?
this land
you know,
has-
so I think we're looking at a
We haven't
similar
walked- I
situation to
haven't- I
the
haven't
other two
been
that
on
we
the
talked about
property, so
tonight.
I don't know what's
You know,
there.
come back with an A and R.
It'd be nice to drive in, you know,
So
put it right up the
can,
middle so you have, you know,
Right.
some setback from the road
Can we
to the other
continue this one?
properties.
I think-
Michael,
I'll
what's
bet
this
you
lot
the
here?
original-
What's this one?
No, that's a
Private
vacant lot
ownership.
there.
It's a vacant lot, but,
It's owned, but it's effective, I don't know, it's buildable, to be honest with you.
no,
Pretty
so
pretty
as far as
size.
whether or not, you know, the access to our lots are, you know, right up to the lot line or not.
Oh, thank you.
Mrs. Gonzalez, please.
I take it you've been here before. You've
I
been
have.
through this
Huh?
before, and now you're back again.
Hmm?
So I don't understand, like, what happened from then to now? Did anything change? Like, I feel like more research needs to be done on this, like more information needs to be found.
I think the board was inclined to do something, to entertain it at the time. Because we're talking about, and while it's not paved all the way, we could gain access to these other parcels through other means
But,
from the other, what was it, Hollywood Terrace? I forget what it is.
but Mr. Hayden's saying
No, that's.
that's a paper road, correct? The
No,
other
that-
access?
That's actually a building lot.
Oh, so you'd lose a lot.
But it would probably be a road in actuality to get to the other.
I'm thinking of, as, you know, we set this up, I don't know how many years ago, so I don't remember how we originally planned it. But we, you know, we didn't just look at town land and throw darts at it.
Right,
We
it
actually
seems
had
pretty
we had some
obvious.
thought- We had some
Yeah.
thought to it.
It does
And-
seem pretty obvious that
Right,
that's
and
the
we
way.
were talking
it
about
is.
this last Tuesday, using that for access to the
Yeah.
back three, and combining it all.
Why don't
But
we
can you
have-
work with him on that?
Why don't we have the resident meet with
No?
the town planner and, like we did with the other 2 lots, and come up with an idea?
Well, this is
Yeah.
completely different than the other 2 lots.
I
Yeah,
don't think
this
so.
is, this is
I don't
not,
see it much different.
Totally
nothing,
different.
nothing like the other ones were.
But I think if you meet with the town planner, maybe you can come up with a solution, we can table this. I mean, we're not gonna
Yeah.
decide anything right now.
No.
It's 11 o'clock at night. So I think you meet with the town planner, try to come up with some solutions, find out exactly how much you need as far as land.
And
What's
how
the
it-
minimum
how
you
it
could
can
take
work.
that would work, and we'll see if we can make it work.
Right.
I mean, I wanna help you, I think
I
the whole
wanna
board
too.
does.
Yeah, yeah, I get that sense. There's no question about that. So I guess my question would be, so we don't wind up here in 5 years or
Mhm.
whenever. So I got 2 feet of driveway, right, that we know that is on town land. I want to protect that because I don't want to wake up one morning with bulldozers. How much do I need? Would it be in my best, I mean, so that tells me to go for another 8 feet or so to protect, so when the road is
What's
built.
the minimum you need?
That's what I'm asking, I don't know. I mean,
No,
that's,
You
okay,
should ask for the minimum, because it sounds like we don't have a
Yeah.
lot of room here.
okay.
You look at
You
Mr.
want
Hayden,
town
he's
water?
nodding his head. Yeah.
You want town water? You don't have a well, right?
Yeah, I'm on town water, yes. Well, let me ask this. If I was able to purchase the lot on the other side, could we work that out? I mean, I believe that the person that owns that has actually offered it to the previous owners. So if I'm able to purchase that, can we,
What lot are you talking about?
to the left of the other one? Is that,
No, the other one.
the other side?
The other way, Mike. This
Yeah.
way.
Like, if I'm able to acquire that, and, I mean, this is completely hypothetical, but would
Mm.
that kind of sort some of this out?
Swap it out?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's a
You
great
could park your cars
So
there.
you got, you
No,
got
no,
more
no, he's
elevation
talking
on
about
223
swapping
than you do on
some land to
Oh,
provide access
okay.
to the lots in the back.
So it's not the
Further away
same-
from his home.
It's not the same topography as the 2.
Oh, yeah, it's a slope.
Oh, is it hilly there?
And it doesn't pull up right in the middle of the of the back property either.
I see. So no.
There's other issues with that.
Okay.
Why don't you meet with the town planner and try to come up with a.
That's Danielle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And approach,
or that could be your parking spot.
You could have a parking lot.
Good times.
I don't know if that's zoned for parking lot, yeah.
Yeah.
How, if exactly,
Yeah, I
then
mean,
you could, yeah.
You know,
that makes-
you're not wrong. I mean, candidly speaking, you're not wrong. But a lot of this comes into, the ability for, it kind of comes into a quality of life thing. I moved from Cambridge, and
No
there's a
parking.
lot to be said for getting out of work and parking in your driveway and,
Right.
and walking straight to your door in
Sure.
the snow and the rain without going across, another thing. So,
Groceries and stuff.
yeah, it
Yeah.
sounds petty or however you
No,
want to
it
phrase
doesn't.
it, but that's
No,
where
it
I'm at.
doesn't.
No.
I would
Uh,
suggest talk to the town planner, see if you can come up with a
Yeah.
solution. Chris, does
And
that make?
mention a
Mr.
land,
Hayden, does that make sense?
mention that potential.
I think that's the best we can do at this point.
You gotta bring it back to the board, I can't, I
No.
don't, I'm me,
But I
I
would
sit on
also-
the planning board, but I don't represent the other 4 members of the planning board, so.
I only asked, I lived through this. John knows that I lived through this. I
She did.
bought a house on a dirt road, and when a developer came, we found out that the road went right to our steps.
Mhm.
And nobody, the developer could have cared less, my kids are gonna walk down the steps into the road. Well, watch your kids. So the only reason that road got moved was because we had a well. The well was protected. That's why I asked you if you had a well. Sorry, Chris.
No, but I think I think, Mr. Hayden, your board would want to help him. We all want to help you, so I think meet with the town planner, and that's the best.
I mean,
Is that
sometimes we
220?
buy these pieces of property, we're not thinking about that. I mean, obviously, in hindsight, you should, but you don't always think about it. You buy this, there's the driveway, great. You're not thinking about someday the town's gonna develop this and make it a road, and I'm not gonna have anywhere to park. Of
course.
Things
Alright.
happen.
So we will make an appointment with the town planner.
That's a good idea, too.
Um,
Mention that other
Pardon?
potential. I know the topography, it would have to be looked at to see if there's a potential for a swap or a,
Yeah, we talked to 223 also.
Yeah,
People there.
that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Try to figure something out.
Yeah, and then you all said you took the land was 86? Was that the time that the land was?
85,
85,
recorded in 88.
Okay.
does the 220, is 223 part of the overlay as well?
I don't believe it is. I believe it's just these 3
That's not
parcels on
that's
this.
not town-owned land,
It's privately owned.
it's privately owned.
Okay.
Although this gentleman's home, I think, was in the overlay.
No, it's
That,
not.
it looked
Hey, can you
like
put
it
that back on there,
initially,
Michael?
yeah.
So the overlay is difficult to decipher because we have two items in the legend that are very similar, the Aquifer Protection District and the
Yeah.
Affordable Housing District. So,
It did look, isn't it
So
gravel?
all of the affordable housing is within town-owned land. So,
Oh, okay.
so
Yeah.
the town-owned land was that lot and the lots all behind.
That's right behind it.
And we overlaid those four, as I recall.
So,
So are we gonna use some of the Pulte money to start developing affordable units?
Not there.
Makes sense.
okay.
That ship sailed.
So I guess the only place I'm really stuck is, all right, so I go to Danielle, the town planner. I mean,
And your neighbor.
which neighbor? Oh, if I can locate him, I know, I mean, he doesn't live there, right? That lot's basically a vacant lot
Right.
on the other side. So, okay, we'll reach out and do what we can. Any leverage would be good. And the only reason I mention that is I think part of the concern on that side was we need plenty of space for both sides, right? So when we build the road, if I owned the other lot or could purchase it, that might give some easement there.
Yeah, you basically move it this way.
Right, right. And I'm happy to do that if that solves this and it's a viable option. But I guess what my question is, so I go to Danielle, I sort of, like, what's my next step? Okay, I mean, well,
Yeah, Danielle.
Well,
I think you'd tell Danielle that some of the board members here are receptive to the idea, if you can purchase this other plant and do a swap, how does that work in relation to, you know, what their plan is for the other 3 or 4 lots there, as far as access, and, does it work? And that way there accommodates your needs, and,
It's about four,
still provides access for the town.
combined,
a
it's
little
about
further.
40, I can't see, 4,800 square feet?
This one here
6,
is
7, 8.
privately owned, and he says he maybe it was
Yeah,
offered
but
to the
combining
previous
the
owner.
two of them, how?
Oh, no, or he
Just moving it
purchases this
over.
and then swaps with the
Right.
town down to here.
Right.
Unless it took,
Just swap it
yeah.
down. His lot goes
Right.
this way, and then,
So they would have to
Then
figure out
everybody's-
the
Huh?
topography.
Then everybody's happy.
But
I mean, maybe.
I think we need to move
a
on
long
now
shot,
because
I
it's
know,
getting late and we still have other parcels
Yeah.
that we have to address. But that would be, your next step would be to, yeah, to come and see the town planner and talk about if there are options there that
I mean, in the
could come back
meantime, you
to the
could still
board.
be parking there.
which is good, yes, we agree. Okay.
No one's coming in to
Yeah.
bulk make a road right now, so.
Yeah, it's not
All right.
gonna happen.
All right, okay?
Great. Thanks, everyone, for your
All right,
time.
thank you. So we're not taking a vote on that one either, so. All right, so moving along to the next,
13 Edgewood.
right, we have 13
Terrace.
Edgewood.
this
No,
one.
that was 13
That
Edgewood, I'm
was.
sorry.
Oh, thank God, I thought I read that again.
this one is a
Bliss Road.
candidate to be continued to
Oh,
February
that's the one.
24th at 8 o'clock PM. He's not able to be present this evening and asked for a continuance
To when?
to February 24th at 8 o'clock PM.
Okay.
You need a motion? So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that 19 Bliss Road will be continued to our next hearing, 8 o'clock, next board hearing.
And perhaps to save us all the discussion tonight, is this the same situation that we're talking about? We need the space for development of a currently lot without a building on it right now?
Yes and no.
Okay, you want to offer maybe an explanation before we go into?
Which one's this?
motion?
This is one extension, right?
One Redmond Extension, Redmond Avenue.
Okay. So, right now, I own, what's that lot number?
22.
22. I used to own all the land behind it. I sold it in '89. That gentleman's willing to sell me an acre of his back. Sorry. But just because it's a paper road and over the years, every neighbor on the Redmond Ave side's been throwing all their debris, and everybody on that side of the road has filled in their backyards and moved their water into my parcel. Now I have wetlands on my parcel. So it's impacting what I can do there. The lot across the street, is someplace I'd probably maybe put the house there, or at least a turnaround or cul-de-sac for, fire access, because I'll be the only house down there. But it's a parcel we've been paying taxes on as a buildable lot since the 70s. And I either get rid of it. I'm trying to liquidate any useless piece of land I have out there that I'm spending $5,000 a year paying taxes on. So I need to.
Why haven't you built on that so far? It's a half acre, right?
Half acre.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just,
What is 23 gonna do to add 22? Put a paper street in between.
Basically it'll allow me a cul-de-sac turnaround.
So it's gonna.
It's gonna make a second buildable lot, though.
No, I don't want I'm not looking for another buildable lot.
Yeah.
I'm looking for, see all that wetlands?
Yep.
That's all from all those neighbors put in septic systems.
All right.
That was never there.
But I understand, so you wanna put the
Say,
cul-de-sac on 23?
I need to, and I hopefully, and I haven't been down there in probably 5 years, but, hopefully it's not that far over. As far as I know, the wetlands is actually more up in the top left-hand corner.
What do you wanna build on 23? The house?
No, I just.
You just want for cul-de-sac?
I'm trying to get around the wetlands
Yeah, but how you-
with minimal impact.
Where is your parcel, number 24?
22.
Okay, so you don't own a house, there's nothing on here, there's no house, it's not developed. And Michael, who owns number 5, us?
Who's 5? Who is 5?
Do you mean 6?
No, that's owned by someone else. That's
And the road stops right there, it's paper street going back.
the Jermaine's. What's that?
That's a paper street.
Yep.
Right here.
It's gonna go right through the wetlands.
Correct. So I've been taxed as a buildable lot since the 70s.
Who owns a paper street? Can you click on
People on
that?
both sides.
people-
And
yeah,
for me to.
It won't let you click
Right.
onto it, Michael?
It's
Yeah.
the butters on either side.
No, I know that, I just, some of these you can see that it's attached to another parcel, so I
Yeah.
just wanted to
Yeah,
make
so
sure.
it's improved right up to,
With the cars.
Yeah, so it's all, that's a paper street, there's no building there, there's no,
actually it goes closer. There's a basketball hoop in the middle of it right now. Down a little bit more to your right.
So how do you access your lot?
he walks to
I
it.
park there and walk in.
You'd wanna cut a road in there.
But that's all wet, so,
Well, it never was.
but it is
I-
now.
I truly don't think that wet mark is in the right place.
Do you have a right of access
But I do have a right of access.
on the paper street? I'm assuming that's his access.
Is the access on the paper street, John?
Yes.
It is on the paper street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what 20.
If I own both sides of
Yeah.
the street,
Yeah.
I can construct a street, I can do a wetlands crossing if need be, but if I don't own both sides of the street, I cannot.
Right.
Correct?
You can't construct down the first portion,
You would
so
need the town's approval, yeah, to construct.
It eliminates the,
Yeah, and again, I truly don't believe that's the proper wetlands marking. If it is, then I'll just turn it in.
Do the two abutters, I mean, I think they would, what say would they have in relation to developing the paper street?
You still need permission to improve.
Chris, how does that work? Improving a
Excuse
paper,
me, I was
improving a paper street. So,
I'm not sure how we.
from here to here, these
He'd
people
have to, he'd have to get permission from
The
Dusty.
owners.
If he has rights to cross and recross,
Kathleen
the
and Harry
first,
Marsh.
that first, 2 lots, I think he has rights in the road then. But he's correct, if we have rights in 23, or 22,
23.
23.
he doesn't, and he doesn't have rights in, his rights don't extend all the way across to the lot line at 22, then he has to have 22. You follow what I'm trying to say?
He already owns
You're
22.
given a legal
Yeah.
opinion when we haven't analyzed the deeds for any of these
Right,
parcels.
right.
So you
Yeah.
can't say he can do this, that,
No,
or the
he-
other.
No.
I-
It's-
We haven't even seen his deed to
Right.
even determine his accessibility.
Right.
He may not.
He may
We
not.
don't know.
I can tell you 100%, if I don't own on both sides of the street, that I cannot improve that street.
Why did you buy that lot? You must have thought you had some kind of access.
In the 70s,
Right, but you must have thought you had some access to it, right?
yeah, well, it was dry
He
back
said
then.
it wasn't wet then.
Oh, okay. I still don't see how 23 is gonna help you, though.
It gives it-
You don't think the wetland's where it is, though, where it's pictured up here?
I don't believe it is.
Because that looks like it would need a bridge over it.
Yeah.
You know,
we're not-
and at the end of the day, I just might, turn it in for tax title anyways. It's, I'll give it a shot if I own both sides of the street. If I don't,
And that will enable you to build a bigger house too, right, if you own both sides of the street? You have the.
I'll be able to build anything I want because I'm buying an acre from the
To the
lot I
north.
used to own.
To the
That's a
north.
4-acre parcel
Oh,
behind.
you're buying up top of that.
On top of
Right.
So however, we just determine that we don't own parcel 5, that's an independent owner, so we don't know what that owner's rights are to and from the paper street either, and so I think we would need more of a legal analysis to even figure out what we're doing by selling off this parcel adjacent to that paper street as it's located. I don't know if we had the weigh-in from, was there any recommendation? I'm trying to find it in the packet, but it's 83 pages long. Was there any
Is that a
recommendation?
buildable lot by
Page
itself?
67 is where it starts.
I'm being taxed as a buildable lot.
I can't see now.
Oh,
at
you'd
this
say
time.
23?
23.
No, it's all ledge,
It's all ledge?
yeah. Well,
67.
I guess legally, yes, it would be a buildable lot, but it's all ledge,
It would have to be blasted.
yeah.
Build a castle on top of the hill with a moat.
There you go.
What's that
That
body
would
of
be
water?
nice, actually.
That's not body water, that's a parking lot
That's perfect, for what?
for,
I'm just trying to get an idea where we are.
Yeah, me too.
that's, the Formica company, what's that called?
This is
Concord Street over here.
That's Concord Street.
Oh, all right, okay.
Yeah, what's
The
that?
retention pond, right here.
Win something?
Rams.
We put a pumping station there?
Yeah. Again, that's uphill from, I think it's all being retained by all that ledge, all the septics from Redmond Ave. Because that's all stone where the town owned land. Maybe that's why it's staying there. Maybe I put a drain in, let it leak onto the next property.
All right, it's 11:20, what are we doing with this?
Well, it doesn't sound like there's a consensus of the board to do much of anything until we have some questions answered,
Or-
but we need
yeah.
to know what the questions are. That's all.
Yep. Table it till the 24th.
Well, we need somebody to do a title exam and tell us what your right is to cross that paper street. I mean, we're not gonna do that.
No, let's just forget it all, cancel it. All right. I've no overwhelming ambition on that.
Okay, move on.
Dog park.
Dog park. It's okay.
Okay.
I'm just trying to liquidate my stray parcels.
So we are,
So then are we voting to not sell it?
Taking no action on
Or
it.
taking no action? Okay.
Yeah.
So you're still a proud owner?
yeah, we still have minutes.
I
We
don't,
still have another.
we have one more
We have
parcel.
one more.
We have 0
Yeah, we're not
Cedar
done.
Street. We're all tired, so we're
Let's keep
trying to
going.
move quickly, but
So what am I, is there a motion to?
there is no
I
motion.
think the request was withdrawn, is
We're
what I
taking
heard.
no
Withdrawn.
action.
Like that.
End of story.
We'll put our efforts into the other one.
That's fine.
Is this yours too?
No, this is a different one.
Implicit in the no motion is it's not for sale, so,
Passover,
well, withdrawn.
What's that?
withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
Can you just
I don't
report
need
that in the
it.
minutes, Jane?
Just turn it in
That
it.
the petitioner withdrew his request.
Taking no action, it request is withdrawn by applicant.
Thank you.
Yep.
I love it, perfect.
Next,
Good thing you went to
Parcel.
better.
That'll save me 5,000 a year.
I wish I did.
0
Next
Cedar
parcel.
Street. This, some of the board members may recall that this has come before us in the past. I don't see anyone in the audience here. So this is Cedar Street right here, and this property is owned by Mrs. Brogan. She is looking to secure this triangular piece of land that's owned by the town for purposes of subdividing her land into 2 house lots. Right now, she has 1 home on it. There was a plan submitted to the planning commission more than a year ago, I think, at this point, where on paper, she would be acquiring property behind her property in order to create a second house lot.
So she's
but
not using that.
She wasn't, at least we didn't think she was, but now the request has come back again for the parcel. But I would, again, our understanding of the purpose is to create an additional house lot. So if,
That's not what we do here.
But
well,
it's
again, I'm
restricted.
just,
No, I'm saying it should be an easy one.
so we've written this restriction to put it out to bid without the ability to create
Right.
an additional house lot, but I believe that's the purpose. She has at times said to me, informally, that, she might be willing to consider the acquisition with restrictions or not. So she's not here this evening, so I don't. And Jane, we didn't receive a request to continue this one, did we?
No.
Okay.
Who's number 9 and?
I know, who owns the other ones? So was she acquiring 101, I can't see.
The triangular shape.
She lives here, there's a single-family home, the proposal was to build a second home, I'm assuming over here. This land is needed in order to allow that to happen. Cul-de-sac would be expanded into this semicircle area. That's generally my understanding of what the intention is.
Well, I'll move the pass over. We're not doing that.
And what is that corridor? It's got,
That's the high voltage,
The high
that's the
voltage
high
lines.
tension lines that cross Havel Street.
yes.
That bisects the town.
Is that right by
This is National Grids.
Mentis Farm Drive? that
Yes,
area?
Mentis Farm Drive is
You go
right
further
there.
down,
Is it right
down
there,
you
right?
have the Reading Light.
So do they have
Who's that one?
easements across that
Michael, who's
portion as well?
Yep,
They would, right?
yep.
They'd
Adam
have-
Siegel,
They'd
Olga
have to
Arnold.
have something from them, but she's using it for area, not for building.
Right.
Though I don't, if I may,
Yeah.
when we looked at the original subdivision, I don't think she'd have enough area when she puts her cul-de-sac in, 'cause she has to put a full cul-de-sac in there to get around. And once you put the cul-de-sac in, it's no longer your property. It has to, so you're gonna have to have, it's residence A, so you need two full acres, or, I'm sorry, you need 8,000 square feet to subdivide.
2 builders' acres.
That's, yes, 2 buildings acres.
Yeah.
Plus, you're gonna need the area for your,
Well, this one's pretty simple. Our whole purpose of us doing this is not to create a second
she's
buildable
trying,
lot.
she's gonna create another lot.
So we
And this is on a long dead
I'm gonna
end.
move we pass
Rather
over.
not
It's
see it
very
happen.
easy.
Well, you moved not to sell it.
Yeah, just
Right.
deny it.
Yeah.
Deny.
Yeah, well, you have to do a motion. Motion to,
Motion
maybe
to
not,
deny.
or what? We don't have a motion not to sell, but that's what it sounds like. We
Could make the
don't wanna
motion,
sell
and
it.
there could be no second. The motion would fail.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion to sell.
Do I have
hear
to, I
a
have to read the
second?
motion?
Not
Do I have a
necessarily.
second?
Not necessarily.
No second.
No second.
Motion fails. No sale.
You done with these, I hope?
I think we're done.
Who made the motion?
Thank you for, staying, and thank you for hanging out
you.
with us.
You're
but
welcome. That's good indeed.
We need to move along and go to minutes, which we skipped over. I'm sorry about that. That was a motion? That was a motion
Made
by
by-
Mr. Schultz, seconded by
No one.
nobody.
Motion failed.
Fails for a second.
Fails, fails, so fails, it fails, yes.
Chris, thanks for hanging
you,
out
Chris.
with us.
Thank you. All right,
Oh, thanks.
so we're all set with that.
I started the morning with you, I'm ending.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay,
So we're almost done.
And I had another meeting before this one.
Right.
That's that. Good night.
Good night.
thank you.
I also have these.
I know that, but
Okay.
I think we
With
need,
regard to the minutes, Madam Chair, so
Yeah.
we revised the minutes of the January 13th regular session and put them in the main meeting packet. And then we also had a draft of the January 27th regular meeting minutes. The executive session, we had drafts that reflected some board member feedback that we put in the main packet, and then I received additional feedback, and we adjusted those drafts and put them separately in the meeting folder for both January 13th and 27th executive session. So that's what would be pending upon any of these motions at this point.
have you got a finalized version?
I do, so the 13th and the 27th regular session is what's in the meeting packet, and then the separate files that are in there are also candidates for approval, in my opinion.
Okay.
Has everyone seen those, or?
Yeah.
They're track changes format, so you can easily see what was changed and added.
But they can be approved with the revisions made, with the exception.
You could approve those executive sessions as revised, if you'd like.
Or table them for the members to have more time, because we're not gonna
Awesome,
read
I'm
them
fine with it.
tonight. Are we good, or do you wanna table it? You can at least approve the regular sessions, I think those are good to go.
I don't see anything in the executive session minutes of the 13th that any major consequence as far as suggested revisions, right?
Okay. Are we all set? Do I have a motion?
What are we doing executive session for the?
So what's on the agenda? I don't have the agenda in front of me.
I move to approve the January 13th, 2020 executive session minutes as written.
Second?
With the
Or as
with the
revised.
revisions.
As
Right.
revised?
Yes. Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
That was the January 13th executive session.
Correct, as revised.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the January 13th, 2020 regular session minutes as written.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any comment, a discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Who seconded that?
Mr.
Andy.
Schultz. Mr. Schultz.
The guy's sleeping over here.
I almost said Mr. O'Leary. I'm just mixing up to a common.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the January 27th, 2020 regular session minutes as written.
Motion, do I have a second?
Second?
Second by Mr. Wallner.
I just have a question on part of the revision here. So that it would probably be more accurate to state, Attorney Klein further stated Mr. Feburary had discussed ideas of the 40B application with the developer. It could have potentially been conflict of interest depending upon what was actually, I don't recall that being said. To be
What
quite
did you
honest
say,
with you.
Mr.?
I don't recall that being said on one of the revisions here. It says approved.
What page, Steve? On the,
Where the hell am I? I don't know. Let's see. What page is this?
just on the left.
Is it just 2? I think it's page 2.
The 27th or the 13th.
This is the 27th.
And you're reading,
It's a meeting packet or a separate packet?
It's a separate
This is
file.
the separate packet.
27th.
We're looking at the wrong minutes, I think.
It says approved state.
was there only
Supposed to be,
one motion?
had discussed ideas of what we have.
Are you looking at executive? or-
Yes, executive.
Well,
Oh, he's
we-
looking at
we-
executive.
if we-
Executive.
We weren't voting on
We're
that
not,
yet.
we're not on
We
executive.
were on regular right now.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
And
apologize.
we don't, if there's an issue with that, we should probably address it in an executive session unless we,
Yeah.
um,
We probably shouldn't be reading
so
executive session
let's-
minutes.
Yeah, let's hang on to, that's why we didn't find it in the minutes, okay? Mr. O'Leary, let's table those.
The
till-
executive?
Yes, but the motion was on the regular session minutes.
Right.
You're not talking about the regular session minutes, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so what the
Let me
motion
just-
is to approve the regular
Yeah.
meeting minutes for January 27th.
And
There's
that's
no revisions to those, that's why we were a little
Can I have a
confused.
motion and a second?
So, all right, so we have a motion and a second. You're all set with those, right? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Let's hold off
We're gonna
and
table these.
on
The executive.
the
Yeah,
ex-
I just want to clarify something with the administration before
Okay.
I refresh my memory.
Okay. We were looking for what you were saying, but we couldn't find
Yeah,
it, that's
okay.
why. I don't remember that being a revision.
Number 11.
so. No, we are moving along. Review of the town meeting timeline. Review the June town meeting timeline.
Might be able to go straight to there.
I know, really. By the time we finish this meeting, it will be time for town meeting.
We're almost there.
All right, so
I
June.
just note that the warrant closes on Monday, March 16th, so all warrant articles are due by that point in time. The board is currently scheduled to sign the town meeting warrant on Monday, May 4th, sorry, Monday, May 8th, excuse me. I have that right?
That's a
May-
Friday.
May
Okay,
4th
May
is-
4th.
Fourth.
It's Monday, May 4th. I'm
Right.
mistaken. So the board's scheduled to sign the warrant on Monday, May 4th. The warrant article hearing is scheduled for, and at least informally, for, I'm doing everything to avoid going to my highlighted version, but I'm gonna have to, I'm sorry. It'll make this go a lot faster.
May 18th.
Okay, so the warrant closes on Monday, March 16th. The Capital Improvement Planning Committee will make its recommendations on Monday, April 6th. That'll be a presentation in front of the Select Board. The budget hearing will be on Monday, May 4th, according to the current schedule. The warrant will be signed that same night, Monday, May 4th. The deadline to submit warrant article recommendations for all boards and committees is May 14th at 9:00 a.m., if they're to be included in the warrant when it's mailed to homes. And the voter registration deadline for town meeting is May 19th. The warrant article hearing prior to town meeting will be on Monday, May 18th. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Jane informs me that in the motion for the Veterans Event Committee, we may have appointed Deborah Aldrich to both of the seats inadvertently,
No.
No, that was
No, she
intentional.
was,
intentionally.
yes,
That was the recommendation of the liaison.
yeah. Because the Memorial Committee, is that what it's called? Only meets rarely. Only when, Sue said that it doesn't meet very often.
Mhm.
So there was an opening on the events, there was an opening on both. So she suggested to Debbie that she go on the events committee, and she put in a citizens activity form for that.
Okay, but
We had a couple applicants, right?
the motion was written on both cases for Veterans Event Committee. Did I
Oh,
miss?
there should have been is it the Memorial Committee, the
There's a
other one?
Veterans Memorial Committee, yes.
That should have been a Memorial Committee and an Events Committee.
That's how I recall it.
That she was,
Two separate.
They were two separate.
votes.
Okay.
With
They were
her
two separate votes,
nominated.
but was the,
let me see how it was written here.
was the language just
For
duplicated, or was
For
it?
different,
I thought it was different.
different
I
appointments.
thought it was.
Well, and we have, I'm aware that we had multiple vacancies on the Veterans Event Committee, but we only had one vacancy on the Veterans Memorial Committee by virtue of Mr. DeSalvo's unfortunate passing. So we haven't advertised the Veterans Memorial Committee opening at this point in time. The Veterans Event Committee, we advertised in the
Oh, they
fall.
both say Event Committee, you're right. They both say Event Committee.
So there are 2 seats open on the Veterans Event Committee.
Oh. So,
I think we should probably pick this up next meeting.
yeah.
No, we'll probably have to revisit that,
Yeah.
because I
Well,
thought
at least we
you.
know she's appointed, because she
Well,
got
and
appointed twice.
well, we heard from the liaison, the intent
Just to sit in
was.
2 seats.
The intent was to appoint her to both.
I was trying, yes, I
So
thought that
that
it
was
was.
made clear,
Thought that
so-
I had talked to you about that.
Yeah.
So, and my feedback was, we're good for the Veterans Events Committee, but for the Veterans Memorial Committee,
We were gonna
we need to
re-advertise.
advertise it, yeah.
So,
So my suggestion would be to,
but this says one opening on the Events Committee.
there's one opening for a term ending in 2021 and one opening for a term ending in 2020. So there's actually 2 seats that are open. They just have different terms.
Well, she's filling them both.
Should I get 2 votes?
Yeah, she's got 2 appointments. Okay, so,
Did you have another applicant?
There was.
Yeah,
There's
there's
2
2
others.
others. So,
So let's choose one, revote the one for 2020. And if you want to have her expired term go to 2021, we'll leave that one, and then
Let's
move
leave
to
that
reconsider
one.
the motion.
and we'll rescind the
Move to-
2020 and,
Just move to reconsider the
move to-
2020.
to reconsider that, and next meeting,
So
I will
motion to
recommend.
reconsider and,
The
do I have
appointment
it?
to the Veterans Events Committee, terms which expires December 31st, 2020, move to reconsider.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so for purposes of straightening out what we are doing, we are placing into nomination.
Michelle Reed and Daniel Mahoney.
So we have 2 other people that are interested in serving.
Yes.
So who would be your recommendation?
I don't know, I would have to talk to them,
So we should hold on the
And-
Oh,
motion.
you
Yeah.
haven't talked to them yet? Okay.
yeah.
So I'd hold on the motion then.
I'm gonna hold on that.
And we can consider it when we take up the Veterans Event, Memorial Committee, if you'd like.
Yes.
Well, we could do that sooner, because if we gotta advertise that for 30 days, we don't have to wait 30 days until that one.
I know.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, you're-
fair
So I think we're gonna have to address this at the
Yeah.
next
But
meeting.
We can do that one at the next meeting, because you
Yeah,
have
the
applicants.
hour is very late and, you know, it was actually, when we voted it, it was clearly, she clearly moved in her explanation to appoint her to the 2 different posts. So let's move it along. We are reviewing the June town meeting timeline. We just went through that. We want to move on to number 12.
Yep.
Ratify
Madam Chair, I
non-union.
move to ratify and sign the memorandum of agreement between the town of North Reading and the non-union personnel group for the period of July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2022.
Second.
Motion and a second by Mr. O'Leary. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Town administrators report.
I have none this evening.
Thank you. Okay. Old and new
That'd
business.
be about 20 minutes worth. No, I'm all set.
Mr.
All set.
Mr. Wallner.
I'm good.
Mr. Jean.
My new business is motion to adjourn.
Mrs. Gonzalez. Any
No.
new- I'm all set. Move to adjourn.
If I did, I forgot.
It's too
So
late.
moved, move to adjourn.
Okay, all those in favor?
Wait, did we do legal bills?
Oh, yes.
No, I take that back.
We do
How
need to vote on
did
the
we
We're so close.
miss that one?
Is it number 13?
It's not even on the agenda, is it?
Is it not on there?
paper agenda.
It's number 13, but that says town administrator.
Okay,
report.
so that was also added to the posted agenda with the town clerk.
Madam Chair, I move to approve legal bills for December 2019 in the amount of $9,078.97 as follows. Pickerman Page, PC General, $37.94.47. Pickerman Page, PC Labor, $29.05.50. 20 Elm Street 40B product, $23.79, for a total of $9,078.97.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Mr. Schultz. Any discussion?
Yeah, they could ask for whatever they want right now, and I would have seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
We do a
There's a
motion?
second
No, not
motion
that.
related to
Madam
attorney.
Chair, I move to approve payment of a $175,000 retainer to Furman Gregory Deptula for litigation associated with the secondary school building project.
Motion by
Second.
Mrs. Gonzalez, second by Mr. Schultz. And Mr. Gilberto, this is not new funds requested, but it's approval of funds that have already been appropriated for this purpose and payment of billing related to this school building litigation.
Yes.
Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Do I have a motion?
Move to adjourn again.
Mr. O'Leary, second by Mr. Schultz. All those in favor?
Aye.